השארת כאן. אוקיי, זה המצגת שלי. מי זה, אמיר?
לא מזהה.
לא מזהה, טוב.
איש טוב.
איש חביב.
איש טוב היה. לא, ישנו.
טוב. מכחיש כל קשר, אתה אומר.
לא זיהיתי.
אתה באמת לא מזהה אותו? זה ג'ומא אל-ארמג. כן. זה סדנה שהוא עשה, הוא ואשתו עשו לנו על גז עיזים.
איזה כיף.
כן. טוב, אז הכל בסדר. אפשר ללכת לנוח, 3 דקות. רק שיבואו אנשים.
אני אלך לשתות.
גם אני.
סטיב, ראית את הממצאים של הסוף שבוע האחרון?
אני ישבתי עם אחיך אתמול במשרד של אלי. אני מאוד מתרגש, יש לו בד, אתה יודע, יש לו בד, פיסות בד, כנראה מלפני 7,000 שנה. אם הסטטוגרפיה אכן מתאימה, אז זה מלפני 7,000 שנה, וזה הפשטן הקדום ביותר שיש לנו במדבר, ובין פיסות הפשטן הקדומות ביותר שיש במזרח התיכון. אין לנו טקסטילים כאלה בנאוליט הקדם קרמי ב'. יש לנו כנראה פשטן, אבל אין לנו טקסטילים של ממש. אז יש הרבה, לעומת עוזי, שהיה אומר שהנה, הפשטן התחיל במדבר, אני רואה בזה הוכחות למסחר 7,000 שנה בין הארץ המיושבת והמדבר. רגע. אבל זה מאוד מרגש, ויש לו כל מיני חומרים אחרים, הוא לא זיהה, יש לו עץ, יש לו חתיכות עץ. אז אנחנו נתארך, וזה מאוד מרגש.
Steve, there's someone here that speaks only English, so we can chat.
Sorry, I forgot that I was speaking Hebrew. It's funny, I just gave a class in English.
It's about time, Steve.
And I just reverted naturally back to Hebrew. And now I've been, yes, well, and sometimes my students have to tell me, Steve, you're supposed to be speaking English. There's a class to Israeli students that I have to teach in Hebrew. Sorry, I have to teach in English. And they have to remind me that I'm supposed to teach them in English. Whatever. Anyway, yes, it's a very exciting project.
Steve, as you are the coordinator today, I really hope to stick to my 7 minutes. I'm not sure about it because I try to, I'll try, but please be patient with me.
Hey, Josh Wright has joined.
I'll even turn my video and my audio on to say hello.
Yeah. You missed Arlene. She was here yesterday.
Oh, I thought she was today.
No, she spoke on the first day.
Okay.
She participated yesterday in the comments, and today she has meetings.
Too bad. I had lots of meetings yesterday, so this is the only day I had free, which isn't exactly free, but at least I'm sort of here. So.
And Noah, tell me when you want me to begin. Should we begin in another 5 minutes, give people time to join?
Yes, I'm mute myself because I'm all right. Time.
We'll give people another couple of minutes before I'm the coordinator of this session, so we'll give people another couple of minutes to join. And Yoav agrees, so that's all I need.
Steve, you may repeat the whole idea of this workshop till in a few minutes, so we can give people to the opportunity to join?
Okay, I'll give a background, a quick background, both to the workshop and to this particular session, and a very quick review, and then we'll open it up. That will give people a little bit of time to join if they're coming in late. The workshop was initiated really by the Avni family with another Gidi and with me, to try to deal with the idea of resilience in desert societies, in particular to deal with the idea, with the stereotype that people living in desert societies are particularly vulnerable and particularly particularly vulnerable to climate change, especially to climate change. And all of our accumulated background in this research has suggested that actually we're taking concepts from settled lands and applying them to desert lands, and that desert adaptations are in fact much more resilient to the environments in which they inhabit than we give them credit for. That we suffer from a blindness of living in the settled lands. So we had a first session on desert environments, environmental change, and the relationship to vulnerability and resilience of arid land societies. Yesterday, adaptation of desert societies and their interaction with nearby sedentary societies. And today, a kind of overview and a kind of look to the future. So the formulation of a new concept of resilience and collapse of desert societies, developing insights into future adaptations to human societies, especially in the time of global warming, and what can we learn as a result of this resilience, of this greater resilience of desert societies, once we've reestablished a baseline for understanding what resilience is. On that happy note, I'm going to start the session. It's been 5 minutes. And with one preliminary comment, it gives me great pleasure actually to be able to introduce the 4 people that I'm going to introduce, because I've either worked with them, worked with close relatives, and in one case was even a reviewer of a doctorate of the 4 speakers who are about to talk today. So it's really a great thing for me to be able to run this session. We have a question, Noah. Are there recordings? Are the previous sessions recorded? There's access to them?
I think they are all in the DDD, in the conference site. Yes.
Okay, so hopefully that answers the chat question that has just arisen. So on that happy note, it's my pleasure to introduce Noah Avriel Avni. Noah is a researcher at the Mitzpe Science Center, who has worked especially in science education, in biology education, and a doctorate from BGU. On that happy note, and we work together on a number of things, a number of projects, including the reconstruction of one of the sites that I excavated many years ago as a part of a development of local identity, public archaeology, community archaeology. Noah, the floor is yours. One other thing, sorry. 7 minutes. 7 minutes. I'm not going to be a policeman. Please try to stay within the
please
the
be
bounds.
patient with me, because I'm not sure I can really cope with this. So
Okay.
I just want to add for my introduction, that I'm also the head of the long-term social ecological research platform in the Negev Highlands in the last 3 years, and I'm doing the research about social and environmental relationship. And I asked someone else to admit people who want to to join us now. So, okay, what I'm going to introduce here is a ways to include, just a minute, ways to include arid environment societies in the present social ecological system model, which we use in the long LTSCR, in the long-term social ecological research platform, and to try to gain some insight about our question, resilience or collapse of arid societies. Okay, so when we observe, we as a modern people, we observe the materials aspect of traditional Bedouins communities, for example, it may lead us to diagnosis that they constantly live on the verge of collapse. When we look on the uncertainty of water availability, its quantity, its spatial distribution in the area, it's emphasize this challenge, because the traditional livelihood are in danger all the time. The grazing goats and camels, the transportation of goods in the desert or through the desert, the extensive agriculture that sometimes they maintain, all of them depend on water availability, and so are the basic life function of the communities. So it's look actually that's the arid and social people are all the time in the verge of collapse. I suggest to use this model, the social ecological system model, to deal with this question. According to this model, the biophysical system provide ecosystem services, essential ecosystem services to the social system according to its values, its livelihood, its function, and the social system creates some pressures and pulses that affect the biophysical system and sometimes disturb its ability to provide the ecosystem services. And of course, there are also the external drivers, natural, like droughts, and social, like political pressures and so on. So what is resilience? Resilience is the capacity of the system to absorb disturbances and reorganize while undergoing change, so as to still return essential, the same function, structure, identity, and feedbacks. This is the left ball in this figure. The ability of the social ecological couple system to tolerate unknown or unforeseen shocks by absorbing, accommodating, or implementation changes. We call it adaptation. And this is the first process of, we can call resilience. Sometimes a fundamentally self-reorganization occur in response to challenges that it was impossible to address within the current social ecological system state or regime. And this is the right ball, and this is a situation that we call transformation. Both processes, we call it, we can define as a resilience. Now, my argument is that when we look on the, observe the semi-arid society, we look on them with the eyes of a standardized social ecological system. And we know that when we have some pressures or problems that's to gain the essential ecosystem services, what we usually do, we enlarge the biophysical system, and we can enlarge it and enlarge it till it cover all over the world, and to keep our identity and to keep our resiliency. And this is, of course, not the situation of semi-nomadic people. And so what is collapse? Collapse, we defined when collapse of social ecological system occur when the couple system, the social ecological system, cannot cope anymore with the pressures or the outside the drivers. The social ecological system loses its identity in a short time. It's not adaptation, it's losing its identity in a short time. And the Cumming and Patterson in an enlightening paper emphasize it's while identity is subjective, key characteristics can be defined and measured, and so we can measure whether the social ecological system collapse or not. So back to the semi-nomadic or the traditional arid society, uncertainty is a permanent factor in arid lands, and they cope with this uncertainty or this condition with three different characteristics, which is different from the sedentarized society. Their social structure is flexible. They can gather or spread depending on the condition. They also have a special flexibility. They can roam, they can go from place to place according to the condition, and they are living lightly. They can, and yesterday, Laser shows a very extreme example of living lightly and keep surviving in a very harsh conditions. To sum up, the social flexibility and the mobility of the arid social ecological system make it possible for them to avoid collapse. And so it's really different from the standardized social ecological system, and we need an appropriate and different definition of the semi-nomadic social ecological system. It's also necessary to define appropriate what is resilience and collapse for this type of social ecological systems. And yet the question remains, can modern communities in arid lands can gain applicable knowledge of this kind of resilience? And I hope the next speakers will give us some insight about this question. And for now, these Bedouins say we need to roam now, and I thank you for your listening. You're here.
Thank you, Noah.
Thank you, Noah. That was great. You even, in spite of your threats to go over time, you were perfect.
Okay, thank you.
For everybody's enlightenment, the idea is that we're all giving very short abstracts of longer papers, and leaving afterwards room or time for discussion. And all of the longer papers, including the PowerPoints, at least up to the point of extended abstracts, are available on the conference site. So if you want to actually read along while during the lecture, that's also possible. Okay, I'd like to introduce now Professor Avinoam Meir. Avinoam is a professor emeritus of geography, and we have had the distinct pleasure of torturing graduate students together for many years, and quite successfully. It's my pleasure to introduce Avinoam. His expertise in particular is the geography of recent Bedouin groups in the Negev and the geography of sedentarization. Avinom, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, I'm sorry, I don't see you guys now. Do you see me?
Yes, we see you.
Yes.
Because my screen hides everyone.
You need to take your arrow down, and so you can see the green block of share screen, and so you can share your screen.
Do you see the presentation?
No.
No.
Do you work with two screens?
We checked it earlier, no, didn't we?
Yes. So are you working with two screens or it's only one?
Wait a minute, where is it?
No, it's okay.
There we go.
Okay. All right. So first, I owe you guys an apology for yesterday. When I spoke in the end of the meeting about the relationship between the comments made at the end of that meeting and today's topics, and I didn't mean by any means to insinuate or hint that it is about time to close the session yesterday. So please accept my my apology about yesterday. I would my presentation, my topic is Bedouin contemporary resilience in Israel, the struggle for controlling local governance. I would like to present here or to draw your attention with my presentation to the to other fields that were not given proper attention, in my opinion, at least in the previous presentation yesterday and the day before, about the social and political aspects of resilience of Bedouin society, and perhaps Bedouin and desert dwellers elsewhere. This is it originated in another study of local governance among Bedouin settlements in the Negev, and I here interpret these the findings of this research in terms of resilience. The presentation takes several assumptions which are appearing already in the something is wrong with the screen here. I don't know why. Okay, first of all, I want to take a different look at resilience from the previous looks that were given by other people. Resilience assumes a multifaceted dimensionality that includes also social, cultural, and political aspects, not just the material ones that were given attention earlier. The second assumption is that resilience should be looked at as associated with the notion of place. Place was not given proper attention in previous presentations yesterday and the day before yesterday, and I would like to highlight this this notion in my presentation. The third assumption is written here, number 4. The third assumption is that Bedouin place-based resilience has been acquired historically through pastoral semi-nomadic subsistence to become now an inherited cultural asset. In other words, it has become a part of the cultural DNA of the Bedouin and perhaps other people dwelling in the desert. So the question in my mind becomes now resilience for what and resilience for whom? I suggest that it is not merely a biophysical resilience striving for biophysical resources. It is something more than that. It is something that people are striving to preserve their social structure of hegemony, and they do it through a social resilience, which is achieved through cultural resilience. In other words, it is culture that they are struggling for its resilience rather than mere biophysical resources that are constituting the more classic or common approach to resilience. In this respect, I would like to highlight state policies by the Israeli government in the last 50 or 70 years since establishment of the State of Israel and since the first contact was made between the Bedouin and the government. State government policies in fact have rendered the biophysical significance of Bedouin desert practically obsolete. In other words, most of the Bedouin, 95% of the Bedouin today, 95% of the 270,000 Bedouin that live now in the Negev have been living on non-traditional resources. They have become part of the labor market. They have become part of the modern economy and agricultural and animal economies were taken away. All these opportunities were taken away from them by the government. So, in fact, what I want to show is that resilience conceptually is composed of both biophysicality plus place, but place is in fact the only component left now in the equation. In other words, the Bedouin are struggling for the resilience of their places and not the resilience of their biophysical resources. And place is the only one left now in the equation. So we are talking about, in fact, about place-based resilience and not just a biophysical resilience. Now, what is place? In a very short description, place is politics plus sociality, meaning that the Bedouin are struggling to preserve the social structure of their society and the political domination of various groups within this society. And this struggle is taken both externally vis-a-vis the state and internally vis-a-vis tribal or vis-a-vis other tribal and social groups. In this respect, they are struggling, in fact, to control the local government of their places, or the municipal local government and administration of their places. And this becomes now the most significant issue for them. They have nothing else to struggle for because land resources have been taken away from them, agricultural resources have been taken away from them. And the same is true for most of the pastoral resources. And this is commensurate with their past control of tribal territories according to customary law and tribal hierarchy and hegemony. In other words, it is something that has been part of their culture. It is not just their agriculture that they are striving for. It is not just their pastoralism that they are striving for, but they are striving for territory. They are striving for places within territory in which they are trying to maintain, and this is what constitutes their resilience, as I read it. So this is these are two images that show. Yeah. Yeah.
try to sum up, please.
Yeah, okay. So I have two minutes to sum up. These are two types of settlements: recognized and incorporated, municipal incorporated, and unrecognized, unincorporated villages. These are the two types of villages that have been existing in Bedouin space. And the question is, who indeed controls local government in these localities? On the one hand, the state has been consistently maneuvering to retain municipal control by nominating mayors, by nominating council members, by nominating investigation committees, just in order to become a camouflage for other purposes. In contrast, the Bedouin have been reacting to transfer this control into their hands at all municipal scales, at local councils, regional councils, through petitions to the High Court, through civil actions, and through the media. So the Bedouin have been quite successful in extricating gradually the control of local governments from state grip to their hands and becoming dominant in municipal efforts of their localities. What happened, in fact, is that they have been realizing their value of historical place-based resilience and relations of localities with their sociality within their past biophysical environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, can you stop share screen? And it's my pleasure now to introduce Emir Galili. It's also my pleasure to indicate that he is also a Kreitman postdoc at Ben-Gurion University. He wrote his PhD on Bedouin groups in the Nahal Tzin area, right next to where I've been working for the last 40 years. And his brother is my PhD student. So it's all in the family. PhD from Hebrew University. Emir, all yours. You're on mute.
See it? Okay, now I'll share my screen and okay. Okay, so first, thank you very, very much for inviting me to this fascinating workshop. What I'm going to do, why it's not working, a moment, okay. I'm gonna try to stick to the 7 minutes. And I'm going to talk a little bit about another aspect of resilience based on close to 20 years of research, of field research among the Bedouins of the Negev. I'm a historical geographer, so this will be mostly historical geography of the modern era. Basically, my main claim is that if we check a different type of buildings that were built by Bedouins in the last 150 years, we can find another type of resilience, another type of adjusting to changes in environment, in political arena, economical arena, etc. I'm going to base my claim on investigating of three kinds of houses or buildings. One is the Bet El Hajar, means the private house, the stone house. El Baika, it's the storage or the shed, and El Dukan, the shop. And then I will try to conclude it on a spatial axis and on chronological axis. So just to say, basically, the data dictates the research. It's okay. Somebody can admit instead of me because okay, never mind. I admitted. So the data dictates basically the research, and I'm talking between 1880 to 1960. And in the paper itself, I think I gave the frame and why I chose these years, but never mind. I won't talk about it right now. So the first kind of building is Bet El Hajar, the private house. Here is the classic the classic example of the castle of Salman El Uzail today in northern Rahat. You can see here different layers, different tiers of materials. Okay, you can see the concrete, you can see the gravel and the stones, etc. In a research we did about 10 years ago, we have checked the number of houses in different maps of the Negev between 1800 to 1948, and you can see that in 1880, there was only a few houses, and then the number increases rapidly, but not all of them were private houses. The private house, mostly of the leaders, of the sheikhs, and it's a kind of a symbol for wealth on one hand, and a symbol for betrayal on the other hand. Betrayal in the Bedouin spirit, betrayal in what I call the nomadic state of mind. I have published a research about it about a year ago. Nomadic state of mind, the perception of social and the environment according to nomadic societies. So this is the first house. The second kind of building, if we look down more to the more arid environments, something like Izoyet between 200 and 150, or yeah, in 150, we can see, and also on the chronological axis, we can see it from the 1930s. It will be the baika. The baika is a storage or a shed. You can see here an example from Abu Grinat. It's near Dimona of today. You can see here, this is around Izoyat 150, 160. You can see here the name of the baika, and you can see the connection to the agricultural area. Another thing here, you can see an example from nowadays, from a few years ago, in the Zin basin, and different names for the terrace, for the field, and this is in the Bedouin dialect. It's interesting to say that it's a special word in the Bedouin dialect. It's the agum, and in the formal language, it's something completely different. It's a barren people. It's a barren people that can't have babies. So if you say it in the formal language, is a little bit different. And I think that the most interesting building and the most interesting part is the dukan, the shop. According to my data, as long as we go further to the 30s, 40s, and actually into the 50s after the 1948 war, and also when we go down to the more arid environments, Izoyet 150 millimeters per year, we'll see the only buildings are shops. I'll give you a few examples. Here, this is the shop of Abu Zheri from the Azazme Federation. This is the shop of Salim Saud of Sarachin Azazme near Mitzveh Ramon. This is a shop that I didn't find the owner in the Mesorah Valley. This is from the survey of Amnon Livne, buildings that he didn't identify, but I have recorded some of the elders of the Bedouin society that showed me the owners and showed me a few more details about this kind of shops. When we look at the spatial axis, so you can see the Izoyet and the private houses more here, and the baika more here, and the dakakin, the shops here. And when we look at the chronological axis, we can see it from 1818 to 1960, quite clear within all the changing circumstances. I think that I'm stick to the 7 minutes, so I'll just say thank you, and I want to dedicate this lecture in the memory of my dear friend Salem Abu Ayad, who helped me a lot in my researches along the years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amir. That was great. That was really wonderful. And I'd like now to invite Sakis Isaac Meir. Sakis is an architect whose research spans millennia. And he's done wonderful work on archaeological buildings, and now he's in the engineering faculty at BGU. Sakis.
Thank you, Steve. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes.
Yes, climatic uncertainty and the architecture of survivability. I think I was invited here not to give one more side of the ancient local or the vernacular, but rather a look towards the future. And thus, I have a disclaimer regarding archaeological and architectural mythology. If traditional and vernacular buildings were climate adapted, there would have been no need for intramural migration. And here we have people sleeping on the roofs because of their traditional buildings being completely miserable. So I will talk about climatic uncertainty and remind us all that the 10 hottest years on record since the 17th century have occurred within the 21st century in the last 20 years. And probably with the last year, this year, 2020, going to be one of the hottest. And additionally, we have to remember that as the maxima temperatures are rising, also the night minima are rising alongside the relative humidity, which is rising, and the wind velocity that is dropping, and all of that creates during summer nights thermal discomfort. Hot news from summer of 2030. We remember the heat wave that killed in France alone more than 15,000 people, in excess of the yearly average. And here we have another heading from the British Independent: climate change, how poorest suffer more, which means that as the climate changes, the haves are okay, but the have-nots are becoming much less okay than they used to be. From a book and an article on it, a book by Keller, which is titled Fatal Isolation, exactly on this specific heat wave of 2003. I have painted in red the keywords here: elderly victims, women, senior citizens, small apartments on upper floors without air conditioning or even adequate cross ventilation, dehydrated, disoriented in the stifling heat. A combination of these social, architectural, and cultural factors. If we talk about resilience, this is the picture. And if we look at this diagram, this graph, we can see that most of the deaths occurred during the temperatures above a certain threshold. And here the night minima seem to be somewhere about 20 degrees centigrade, but this is an average. And we have to remember that within those buildings, it might well have been way over 28, 29, or 30 degrees. An additional issue that architects seem to disregard and decision makers don't want to deal with is the aridization and the desertification. And we can see here that for most of the globe, these are two processes, whose reality looks like that. Under such conditions of intensified dust and sandstorms, we have a continuous rise in morbidity and mortality, respiratory mortality up here. Over here, we have the chronic obstructive pulmonary disease rise during the specific events. Over here, we have the hospital admissions for respiratory disease. And down here, we have the hospital admissions for cardiovascular diseases, which means people are dying during events that are becoming more and more extreme. So what about buildings? What about people? And what about the environment? Well, buildings are responsible for about 50% of the overall energy used in the industrialized countries. 20% of it going into the extraction of the materials, the production of building elements and building materials, and the construction itself, and the other 80%, first and foremost, for heating, cooling, ventilation, as well as lighting and other appliances. That means that buildings are one of the major factors for climate change. And additionally, as the population is rising and is becoming more urban, and by today, more than half of the world's population is urban, we start condensing the cities, thus creating an effect which is called the urban heat island. This is what it looks like from satellite, with the hot colors, red and yellow and orange, showing high temperatures, blue, green, black being the lower temperatures. And this is what it looks like in reality. In another diagram, within the urban centers, the temperatures may be 10 degrees and even more than the temperature in the outside fringes of the city, the rural fringes. We talk about urban canyons, that's an urban canyon, and this is what happens in the urban canyons, 50 degrees centigrade in Athens. Athens is not Baghdad, it's not the Iranian plateau, and 50 degrees centigrade is something extravagant. These are the buildings that are becoming the bon ton of the downtowns. Towers, fully glazed, curtain walls that have a special microclimate. As we go up from the street level to the roof, you see that the needs for cooling and heating energy are becoming different, which means that the buildings should be treated different. And here we are up on the roof, my postdoc Tanya and Wolfgang, our technician, when we are monitoring some of those microclimatic conditions. One of our recent papers was published in the Council of Tall Buildings and Urban Habitat journal, and it started making some ripples. The embodied energy, the energy invested in the extraction of the resources and the creation of the production of the building materials and the building itself, as well as the operational energy, which is what we use for cooling, heating, etc. In tall buildings, what we use per square meter is significantly more than what we use per square meter in lower, simpler buildings. How does that affect us? In all sorts of ways. Because we spend about 90% of our lives indoors. So what happens because of and inside buildings affects our daily lives, our well-being, our health, and our productivity, because we are building animals. That's our natural habitat. The building should provide thermal comfort, and I won't go into the definitions, but you can see down here that different people have different thermal comfort levels. And those buildings that are fully glazed provide a very poor thermal comfort, especially when we have a section of temperatures or a thermal asymmetry, which can be as much as 15 degrees within a span of 2.5 meters. One of the Ben Gurion University buildings, not very successful, I'm afraid. You can see we have temperatures around 40 degrees down here, and we have temperatures which are around 20 degrees over here, and this is a distance of maybe 5 meters. Visual comfort. Our buildings are supposed to provide us with visual comfort, and this is yet another new building, recent building on the main campus of the university, just populated, and this is what happens inside. Poor design, needs some kind of troubleshooting, but this is not exemplary. This is not something out of the ordinary. Here are all of the recent towers built in downtown Tel Aviv, and all of those white dots over here are curtains that are stuck sometimes and sometimes installed, and other times both stuck and both installed, because people that work behind those glazed walls are suffering. Acoustic comfort. From a recent research of the University of Sydney, sound privacy is considered as one of the most important parameter by building users, and most of our buildings look like this and like that, and quite often suffer from those things. This is a picture I took in Eilat when people were still flying to Eilat, back in the good old days. Another issue has to do with our buildings being toxin factories. This is from a Business Week article on indoor environment quality. And what we have in our buildings is pathogens and allergens, ozone, concentrations of particles that are emitted off gas and emitted from different materials. So all in all, our indoor environment is quite poor. And of course, buildings should provide us with psychological comfort. We should consider them as shelter. And this is what modern buildings look like. And I'm not quite sure that people who work and live in such buildings feel quite comfortable in them. Yes, I'm wrapping up. Thank you.
Okay.
Safety. Buildings should provide us with safety. This is the Grenfell Tower in Kensington 3 years ago when 80 people suffocated to their death because the contractor saved a few $1,000 by installing non-fireproof and non-standard materials. And finally, I think this is the way forward. Not just nearly zero energy buildings, buildings that produce from renewable energy sources at least as much as they need, but much more than that. And this is a project that we did within the Horizon 2020 program with another 32 partners from 8 countries. And we managed to build buildings that need less than 20 kilowatt hours per square meter per year, produce from renewable sources more than 50 kilowatt hours per square meter per year, and are at least 16% cheaper than conventional nearly zero energy buildings. A closing word about buildings. Dwellings are built to serve a variety of functions, but one of the most important is to create living conditions that are acceptable to their occupiers, particularly in relation to the prevailing climates, says Paul Oliver from Oxford Brookes University. And in a recent report published by the University of Adelaide and the Australian Center for Research, Climate Change Adaptation Research Facility, we can see that their final word is, if communities recognize climate change is on their doorstep and take action, they can adapt. The places that adapt and try to adapt will survive. The places that don't will simply disappear. Thank you.
Thanks, Sakis. Okay, we now have 2 respondents, and then we will open it up for general discussion. Our first respondent is Gidi Shelach from Hebrew University. Gidi?
Okay, thanks. Maybe I'm not the best person to respond to this session because I'm an archaeologist, and the papers were focused on current society and even the last one on future society. So I don't have much to say, and I will try to be short in my comments. But in any case, I have maybe 3 points and trying to connect the 4 papers that were presented here and also connect them to issues that were raised in the previous 2 days and try to maybe raise some relevant questions. So one observation that I had from reading at least 3 of the paper, not the last one because it was more on the future, as I said, which I liked as an archaeologist, is the fact that they, in different ways, suggested that we should look at the longue durée. We should look at the history. That history of societies is part of what makes them maybe resilient, what affect their adaptation, the identity of the Bedouin, for example, that is drawn on earlier history, on earlier traditions, is part of what happened today in, for example, the Bedouin cities or in their adaptation. And if I understood correctly, it gives them a lot of power, the reliance on this tradition, on this identity. I would ask, and maybe the presenter can comment, if it's only a good thing, let's say, if it's only help with the society to be more resilient, or is it also a burden? Is tradition, is history a burden, or is it only a favorable thing that helps society adapt or help society be more resilient in changing circumstances? The second point is about climate change, and its effect on society. And I also was very impressed, and it's fit my feelings that we shouldn't look at climate change, climate event, whatever, as a single or as the most important factor. There are other factors that are involved, and again, many, including if we look at it, the last paper as well, pointed out that climate is only one aspect, maybe not the most important aspect, and we should look at the economic condition. We should consider the social situation. We should consider the political situation, which is very important. And it was, I think, it was raised in previous sessions as well. At least my paper, I try to point out that the political situations, the social situations are also very important, and we should consider them, and we should think, and I said it yesterday, but I will repeat my comment, that when we talk about resilience or collapse or fragility, we should ask what part of the society, what part of the thing that we see collapse or was resilient, and what not. So looking at it more complexly, in a more complex way, not just climate and its effect, is a very important step forward, I think. The last point I want to make, and has to do with again with adaptation, with resilience, and going to maybe reacting mainly to a point that was made by Noah in the first presentation about the fact that when we look at mobile society, pastoral societies, the standards that we have to imply or use are different from that we use for sedentary societies. And in some ways, and it is at least in the written paper was emphasized, that they have flexibility, they have spatial flexibility, they have social flexibility that helps them be more resilient. And this is a general point, I think, that I would like to make or bring up, and people can react to it, is that there are two aspects that are competing. At the one side, there is this effective or tight system that can perhaps utilize the environment better. What? Oh, sorry. Sorry, my system got in. So my point is that we have to consider two aspects. One is how effective the system is in, for example, getting resources, getting energy, utilize, sustain people, a lot of people. And on the other hand, there is this flexibility, and I would say there is a buffer, societies that have enough buffer to be stable, but maybe they are not very effective. And I think that nomad societies are on this side. They have a lot of buffer because there are very few people usually move in a very big area. And if there is, like the paper that was presented by yesterday about the nomads of Sinai, even after 5 years, they still have some resources left because there are so few and the area is so big. So even in such a difficult environment, they were able to survive.
Gita, there is an echo, terrible echo now. I don't know why.
I stopped my browser, so it cannot be for me. Do you still have an echo? Do you still have an echo?
We don't have an echo.
Okay, so my last point. So one of the advantages of traditional nomadic society, I think, is that this was a flexible society that have a lot of buffer to offer, even in problematic. One of the advantages of traditional, I'm not sure why, maybe somebody else is open. Can you all close the browser? I close my browser altogether, so it cannot come from me. Okay, I try to finish my idea, but the same advantages that the nomadic society had in the past, because they were able to utilize large area with very few people and diverse resources, it's maybe one of the disadvantages that they have today when the modern world enter. The modern world is emphasizing extraction of resources, extensive, and this was maybe even part of what was said in the last talk. Okay, that's my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Gidi. I'd like to now ask for Yoav to offer his comments. Yoav Avni, geologist at the Geological Survey of Israel. Thank you,
Okay,
Gidi.
I hope that you can,
Now ask for Yoav to offer his
as everybody can hear us.
Steve, I think it's coming for you. Yeah.
Okay. I will close myself and start again in a moment.
תיכנס לבראוזר שלך, לאתר, תכבה את זה כאן, תשתיק אותו.
אוקיי, עכשיו?
עכשיו זה בסדר.
טוב, עכשיו. Okay, I hope that everybody can listen now. It's okay? There's no echo. Okay, I will try to comment to all the last 4 papers. I hope that everybody can listen now. No, still there is a problem. Okay, there's no echo. There is
No, maybe you can use your computer.
Yeah. No. Would you be able to use your computer?
Maybe. I'll ask him to come. Yeah? אתה יכול לבוא אל המחשב שלי אולי? כן? בוא לכאן. Here's a presentation that you want to show. Okay, he's joining us again.
another test. Can you hear me now with no echo? Okay.
It's okay now.
I hope that now it's solved. Okay, I will try to comment briefly on the 4 papers that we just heard, and I'll do it briefly by showing you a small, very short presentation. It's not presentation, it's only some comments on presentation. First of all, for Noah, talking about this desert environment that are unstable, and I want to add another issue of unstable is the is this let's scheme that is giving us the time perspective on changes that occurred in the arid and hyper-arid zones in the meaning of availability of the basic resource, and this is water. What is happening is that actually during the last 1,000 years, in time that people were already utilizing these resources, where the major drop in the soil ratio and increasing rate of water coming out of the rocks as a result of the rainfall that is now, instead of falling on soils that can observe them and prevent them from people to use, now we have a reduction of the soils, increasing of the rocks in the environment, in the arid and hyper-arid zones. And the outcome of that is that as much as time is passing on, more and more water will be available for the people with no change in climate. And this is important. We know that there will be a climate change. We know that we have fluctuation in the climate, but we have in the area of the arid areas and the hyper areas, we have a machine that is producing us as much as time is passing, more and more water under the same conditions. Now it's maybe unbelievable, but this is the thing that we are monitoring in the geology and the history of the region. We have more access to water as time is passing through our days interglacial time. So this is for the mobility that is increased or is become to be even better. The availability of water in the desert become to be better as much as time is passing on. Now, second thing is what people can do with this water. What we can see here is, of course, these rain events, rare, but still exist all the history, all the time, along the whole geology background of the region. And this picture we're taking here in the hyper-arid or the arid zone of the Negev, we have billions of cubic meters running through the desert zone, almost each year, if not each year, in few years. For instance, in 1 in 10 years, the whole desert zone is getting wet because what we call a tropical plume that is coming toward us. And we know that Bikat Uvda, the place that we spoke about in the first day, is become to be green once in 10 years because this is a kind of constant phenomena that appears once in 10 years, but still making the whole desert green. Now, what about the storage of water during the time for drought years? It depends on the labor of water of people. As much as people will invest, if they have the ability to invest, means of growing systems that will get more and more water under their own will, of course, independently of what the nature is giving them, because the nature is giving them opportunities for that. And this is connect me to the Bedouin society that we heard 2 lectures in this session. And the question is, and because these people are living for a very long time in the area, and because the eldest people are giving notes for the youngest in order how to survive, it seems to me that these abilities were practiced in the Middle East desert for the whole history time. The question is, and now is the question for the future, because I'm coming to the future, how much time is required for a Bedouin to settle down in a village in the Galilee? And we know that the Galilee, it was settled by Bedouins in the last 150 years. And in the Negev, this is quite a new phenomenon, but at least, and of course, Amir Galili showed us that he started 100 years ago. How much time is required to the Bedouins to lose its identity and start to understand that he is now not anymore a nomad, and he's not living not anymore in the Syrian desert like the Bedouins of the Galilee, or in the North Hejaz or the Negev, deep Negev, and are sitting now in villages near Beersheba. How much time is required to lose their identity and start to understand that they are now having a new phase of their culture, waiting maybe to the next phase of Bedouin arriving from Arabia, as historically that was the way, in order to replace them in the deep desert and continue this traditional of thousands of years. This is an open question. I will not have answer for the moment. And for the future time, and this is especially for Cologero, our friend from Chile, this is a wet air with I don't know the name, how to call it, I think in English, somebody can help in this. What is the wet air coming in this case into the Machtesh Ramon and to deep desert, giving us clouds of wet air in the middle of the summer. And of course, this is a phenomenon very well known along the coast of Chile. All the mountain ridge that is facing the Pacific Ocean is all the time, even constantly during the year, having these clouds of humidity coming in. And of course, the question is what we can do with that for the future time to arrive. And of course, we can combine the solar energy with these machines that can transfer humidity in the air into drinking water, and large amounts of drinking water beside the desalination projects that can be, of course, located, like in Chile, along the Pacific, can, of course, encourage agricultural activities for the future time in the desert. Now the question is, if this is the future, technology is coming into these arid zones, it will be possible for desert society to utilize these new techniques, and it was in the whole history that they were adapting very quickly to new techniques coming in, or this is already a case of a modern societies that will not be anymore declared as the societies. They will be the one to occupy the dry zones by using these new techniques. And of course, this is a comment for the last lecture made by Sakis, giving us back the knowledge about the tall buildings in Dubai and in other places along the Persian Gulf as well, that are, of course, extra modern in one hand, living in desert areas, or maybe the underground city of Coober Pedy, located in the outback of Australia, that they prefer to go down and dig themselves down into the ground in order to avoid 50 degrees during summertime and live constantly in only 20 degrees below surface, as much as these people of Avdat, the ancient people of Avdat, were doing during the time that they were occupying the hill of Avdat, living in caves, avoiding the heat of the summer and the cold air during the winter time. Now, I open this question. This is no answer for that, because actually we are looking for the future discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yoav. That was great. We have about 20 minutes. I'd like to open this up for larger scale discussion. Anybody have any comments, queries, critiques? We would be interested in discussing. Or have we left you all way behind? Or maybe you're way in front of us.
I would like to add two things. One for Gidi Shelach about the tradition. I don't have really an answer, but I can bring you some proverb of the Bedouins from the Bar Tzvi archive, which I just told the Laser last weekend in the archaeological excavations that Steve is leading in the Tzuriaz mountain. The sentence, the proverb is means if you don't have tradition and you don't have female camels with babies, nobody will help you. You will have no help from others. And I think that the place of tradition in this society is stronger than what we think. This is one thing. And for Yoav, you raised a question about how much time it will take until these people will lose their nomadic identity. So I was trying. I said something about it in my lecture about a year ago. I published a paper about, I called it nomadic state of mind, and I was trying to show that if you look at the Bedouin society, at least in a period of 150 years, you can see that they still, a lot of them still have a kind of nomadic state of mind, even though they live in a town, in an orchestrated town by the state, and they still have this spatial and social state of mind, nomadic state of mind. So I don't think that it gives the whole answer, but it gives some answer to this question.
Other comments, other critiques, questions?
Yeah, I want to ask Amir just a moment. It's Amir and also Avinam, because I suggest that identity will be our measure of being resilience or collapse. And Amir, you extended the definition of identity, and you said that even if people are settled down, they still maintain their nomadic state of mind. So they are not semi-nomadic anymore, but they still maintain this state of mind. And also, Avinom spoke about the idea of, okay, we are settled down, we are residents of towns, but still we want to maintain our tribal territory, the hegemony of our territory, and this is maintain our identity. So how can we define the identity of semi-nomadic if you extend it in this way? And so how can we decide if they are still maintain their identity, or this kind of social ecological system in the Negev is already collapsed?
Would like to comment on this, please, Steve? I would like to join Noah and Emir in their observations about the culture being the most basic denominator of resilience, whether it is a nomadic culture, whether it is a farmer's culture or more sedentarist. It is, in my mind, it is a Bedouin culture. It is a desert dwelling culture, which is the basic denominator in all those observations. And with regard to Gideon question, I think history is not a burden here. History is a resource for the Bedouin in preserving their culture and in using their culture as a vehicle in their resilience within the desert. It is not whether they are nomads and pastoralists, or whether they are farmers with land growing vegetables or growing cereals. It is about a way of living in the desert, and it is about preserving an identity of Bedouin tribal groups, preserving their tribal hegemony within Bedouin society, stronger tribes, weaker tribes, different kinds of ethnic groups within this. And the question is, how much is this characteristic typical of other desert dwellings in other parts of the world? For example, in Mongolia, are there different social structures, different tribes, or different social units and organizations that are struggling within each other in order to preserve their own hegemony, which they use in order to preserve their own culture.
Gidi, did you want to respond?
Yes, my objective, let's say, is how do we learn not from the past to the future, but not from the past to the present, but from the present to the past. If we can observe what happened today, can we understand better our archaeological data? And of course, in Mongolia, in North China, Mongolia, there are a lot of processes of nomadic people becoming sedentary, establishing big empires. The Mongol Empire is maybe the most notable example, but the period that I'm working on now, the Liao, the Jin, they are all nomadic or semi-nomadic tribe, and they become a huge empire, and then the empire collapses, but they return to their basic life ways, maybe, or not. It's a question. But anyhow, my question is, again, I return, maybe it's not important for people working in the future, but I think it is important for us or in the present who try to understand the past, is what actually collapsed and what was maintained. And for me, I do question the fact that Avinom would say, okay, they're using their past, but they're using it in a political way. They're using it to resist the pressure from Israel, from Israeli authorities, to maintain some kind of economic benefits. this and that, and other people using different kind of history. We don't have to talk about it in Israel. It's very clear. Everyone have their own history or invented history, and they use it to get benefit. But is it really, can we say that the nomadic or pastoral nomadic identity or semi-nomadic identity is maintained, or it was just replaced by something else? That's my question, and that's what I try to understand in the past as well.
I'd like to add a comment now. I'll take advantage of the fact that I have the floor automatically to question our concepts of culture, because we're using culture as a unit. We have this tribal culture, this Bedouin culture, this village culture, and cultures don't really work that way. Cultures are comprised of multivariated components within them. They're extremely dynamic. They change over the course of very short times. They change with respect to memory. Different people have different memories of what constitutes their original and appropriate culture. And when we look at any culture at one particular time, what we're looking at is the convergence of a whole lot of power relations, a whole lot of memories, and we're looking at the particular state of power relations between the in-group and the out-group. These things are very dynamic. There are constant tensions within any culture, and we see that in the modern Bedouin culture. We can see it very, very clearly in ancient cultures. We can see it in the struggles between the internal struggles when a single culture comes up against another culture. You get internal conflicts within the two cultures. How do you deal with the conflict? Because there's no agreement. So I think we have to be very careful about establishing what you might call black boxes and explaining things on the basis of something which we call culture. We've constructed that. That's a construct. And coming from the University of Chicago, where they idealized this concept of culture back in the 1970s, I think we have to deconstruct it. I don't think that we can just say a culture wants to do something, a culture tends towards something. I think that cultures, all right, I've said enough, you've understood the point, I don't have to repeat myself. As anybody, and I'm open to anybody who wants to argue with me about that. Other comments?
May I?
Sakis.
Yes. I've tried to be provocative and I wasn't provocative enough, so may I share with you a picture that deals with culture coming from National Geographic? If you allow me for a moment, culture. So when we talk about culture, we can define it in different ways. And as you said, if we close it in black boxes, we will never be able to bridge the differences of what happened in the past, what we have to extract as lessons, if possible, what they teach us for the future, and what the future can enable us to do in order not to fail where previous cultures have failed, where they have collapsed because of environmental tensions, because of inability to adapt themselves.
So Sakis, actually what you're saying, and also Steve, you're saying it's maybe the word or the term collapse is not really relevant for if we're dealing with real societies and not ideal societies?
I think that we can deal with the word collapse. There are political collapses, there are economic collapses. I think that Gidi said this yesterday, and I think a couple of people indicated we have to decide what particular aspect of collapse we're talking about. 1929 was a real economic collapse in the world. Okay, no question. 1945 was the collapse of the Third Reich. There are real collapses, but if we look at a different scale, we also have to define scales of collapse. In the 1970s, there were a whole series, 1970s, 1980s in archaeology, there were a series of books which dealt specifically with collapse of such societies as the Maya and Rome, and a bunch of other as well, and also the early Bronze Age collapse here. And one of the things that came out of it was that it depends on what you look at, and it depends on the scale that you're looking at it. One of the issues of collapse in archaeology in the Middle East is what happens at 2223 or at 2100 BC with the 4.2 event, because you have this major abandonment of urban settlements in the Levant, and for that matter in Syria. But along the Euphrates, you don't have that abandonment. So what's collapsing? I think that the problem is, yes, sure, there are collapses. But every time we see a blip on the screen, we tend to say, oh, there's a collapse. And then we tend to assume that it's a general systemic collapse and not a specific collapse within a specific aspect of a specific culture. We tend to assume domino collapses. The word is very loaded, and we have to deconstruct the word. Gidi said this several times, so I'm giving you credit. But you know, we have to define precisely. When Rome fell in 476, I can't never remember if it's 76 or 86, and Edward Gibbon calls this the collapse of Rome, the Goths, and then the Goths turned around and adopted Roman culture. And then you have, so was that the collapse of Rome? Well, if you then look at what's happening economically in the rest of the empire, you have great prosperity, even though the city of Rome was sacked. But we date the collapse of Rome to 486 AD. So, you know, that's the problem we have here. Then people talk about the Mayan collapse, and they tend to forget that there are people who were still speaking Mayan languages in large concentrations in the Mayan lowlands in the Yucatan today. And they're living in the same places, and they have the same basic subsistence. They just don't have Mayan temples. So,
can I add something? Can I add something?
Yeah, I'm not talking too much anyway. I tend to get carried away.
On the other hand, you know, Norman Jaffe was here a few years ago, and Norman Jaffe is a big supporter of the notion of resilience, and nothing ever collapsed. Yeah, things collapse and people disappear, languages disappear, and we shouldn't underestimate the fact that even if it's only for 50 years for people in some places is a lifetime, and it can be a very, very huge event. So as archaeologists, as social scientists, we should look at those things. Do you hear me? I don't know, something.
Yes, we hear you.
So anyhow, so we should, I think, this is something that we should think about, and how do we look at it in archaeological tools, but also anthropological tools.
Well, on this happy note, Yoav has put up a generalized summary of, we just lost your screen, of reviewing some of the basic points that we've covered over the past 3 days. Yoav, would you care to elaborate?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but in case that we want to finish the whole 3 days on time, and of course, what we're aiming is not, this is only the head, or let's say the phrase that was the reason to start all our fascinating 3 days. Actually, at the beginning, that will be only the beginning of a kind of a process of trying to talk about all these definitions of collapse, resilience, desert societies, time is passing and everything is connected to. And of course, all these fascinating examples that we got during the last 3 days only encourage us to continue on to discuss these issues in the near future, not in the far future. What I will try to do now, and I'm sorry again to interrupt you so sharply in your important discussion, previous discussion, is only to say some major notes or critical notes that we collected during the last 3 days. And open the gate for the future discussions. And what we can say now that continue Noah's first paper of the day is that we have in a way to take in account this number of nodes that were accumulated, the flexible social structure that is inherent with these desert societies, the fact that they are very, very lightly organized and they can move, and of course mobility is one of the basic rules. If you want to kill these people, the simple thing is to make fences like Giti Shelach show us in Mongolia, prevent them to move south because of the freeze coming from the north parts of Asia. This is very easy because you are preventing them from doing the basic important and maybe most important thing is the mobility of these people, of the nomad people. And of course, this is making a general understanding of these geographical boundaries that are open. And of course, when we are dealing with collapse in one place, all the time we have to keep in mind that they could avoid that by moving to other places, including to the Mediterranean zone that is very, very close, especially to the Middle East area, that all the time the Mediterranean was attacked by movements of people coming from the south, and everybody knows that the southern part of Hebron Hills, all the organized system of the villages is in order to protect themselves from some kind of moving of Hungary people coming from the south, and they have to keep all the goods close to the central part of the villages, because otherwise they will be robbed and all these goods will be taken by these Bedouins coming from the south in times of hunger and droughts. Of course, we are dealing with society that have extensive grazing areas. Most of the time, and I'm sure that Steve knows it better than me about the overgrazing issue that is still open issue and debate. If this is a phenomenon of the marketing of the 19th, 20th century, or that was a normal issue of the desert zones all over the history, the overgrazing, we keep it like that. And of course, we already talk about the free movement into the semi-arid, including the Mediterranean. Integration knowledge of and transfer quite quickly, as we understood in previous talks, that is inherent again with this society that is very flexible. And people we know in the beginning of this 20th century, in the previous 20th century, the British mandate was supplying them with tractors, especially in the northwestern part of the Negev, in order to cultivate as much as possible of land in order to make barley trade with England. And these tractors were bought by or rented by the Bedouins, starting to be kind of rural investments and enterprises, only because the marketing was open to them, the market was open, and they could adjust to the new methods, including machinery. This is, of course, getting back to my presentation lately of these high technique, new ones of solar energy, desalination projects and things like that. They hopefully will be adapting that as well. And of course, everyone knows that in the Bedouin villages, not the cities of the Bedouins, but the areas that are in the open territories south of Beersheba, everybody has solar energy as well already by the Bedouins, because they are not connected to the electricity system, and they have their own system electricity already there by the high techniques of solar energy. So actually, we know that the current capacity of the arid land is low, and of course, there's means to increase that, especially when we're getting close to empires that can supply you goods into the limited zone or limited resources zone of the desert. And of course, the city of that with the trade of the wine is one of the examples for that in the history. But today, what happened to the Bedouins in attaching to the Israeli so-called modern society? They of course changed themselves. And of course, the current capacity of deserts can be changed even by acquiring more cisterns in the past and maybe make some modern pipes leading everywhere in the present time. So actually, if you want to summarize the whole thing, telling about what still is needed to be done, more question we have now from answers, that for sure. We still doesn't have any clear description of a collapse event or process among nomadic desert societies, even though we are getting close to definitions like that. And of course, what Steve was saying about what kind of collapse, which areas, which part of the culture of the society is affected, and all these are getting us closer into the definitions that are needed in order to get to a better understanding of the differences between the sedentary area in the north and the desert in the south. The resilience of the society is, of course, the reason and the difficulties that we have to get a clear example is either because the resilience of their societies is so robust that they were not facing any collapse event along the history. It's too nice to believe in that, or the other way, we have a problem to define such a collapse using the existing paradigm. And this is, of course, the meaning of the whole workshop was to try to challenge the existing paradigm in order to make a better ones for the near future, I hope. We need to define the special characteristics of collapse among nomadic societies and the meaning of collapse among sedentary societies located in deserts. It is going back to the major phase of agricultural activities during the Byzantine and early Muslim times. They were, of course, attached to a powerful empire, and at the time that the rules changed, that the mighty power was moving away, maybe the nomads were taking over the green plots and the green orchards and the green fields, feeding the camels there, no police anymore in the hills of that. And of course, the rule of the game was changed again in fitting again the desert rules of camels instead of grapes and olives. I'm not sure if this is the answer, because we want to open questions and not giving answer. We need more discussion in the near future to elaborate all these issues. And that's final comment, I am inviting everybody to take part in, as an intermediate stage. We are now arranging a special issue through the Journal of Arid Environments that will try to sum up maybe part of what we were doing in the last 3 days, and all those that want to participate in this special issue and give a paper dealing with these issues of resilience and collapse is, of course, make contact with Steve, myself, and Noah will be the organizers of this special issue, and we welcome everybody to join. And that will be my last comment for the wonderful, really wonderful opportunity to meet everybody from Chile and from the other places, United States, Israel as well, and other countries. And I welcome everybody to join us to the next phase that will be announced in the coming months, I hope. Thank you very much. Any comment by the other participants? Of course, now is the time.
I want to thank everybody for participating. And on this happy note, I will close our session. Thank you all.
Thank you very much for organizing this workshop. Noah and Yoav. Thank you very much.
Thanks. And thank Kalogero that was with us from the farthest participant. So we thank you again. Everything started in our visit to your office 2 years ago, approximately. And we thank you very much for that occasion to come and visit you. And of course, and we are very happy that you with us for the whole these fascinating days. Very, very thank to you, Kalogero, and of course for everybody else as well. Thanks.
Thank you, all of you too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stay well.
Yeah, stay well too. Bye.
Bye-bye. Hello? Stephen. Unmute. You have to unmute your, yes. Hello?
Yes. Are you up?
Yes, I hope that everything will go smoothly.
Yes.
Because there are some technical problems usually, but we will try to overcome them. It's now the last session of the conference, so I hope that everything is now will run much better.
Yes. That's why I joined early to the meeting, so we
Okay.
can check out. Yes.
You know, you're aware of the schedule. You know that you are lecture number 5.
Pardon?
I say that you are scheduled as lecture number 5 in the session.
Yes.
Okay, no problem. We'll keep the program for the moment. I will look for the other people to come. But if you want to make share screen in order to be sure that everything is okay, you can do that to test.
Yes, let me try that.
Okay, so please.
Let me try that. Share screen. Okay, so you are sharing right now. Or somebody else.
I'm not sharing. It's the conference.
Somebody else is sharing.
Can the Negev ברמה אחרת makes Yoav host or the host of this session?
How you can see that I'm not co-host?
I can't share right now.
No,
Okay.
no, you have to get the permission to be the host of the session.
Connecting to the audio. You cannot start screen. Okay, we'll start. We'll wait to the permission to come.
Okay, good, no problem. Anyway, I'm here.
Okay, that's fine.
So far, the only one it seems.
Okay, can the DDD conference makes Yoav ask me to be the host of this session? Not yet.
Right then.
Oh, אבל הוא נמצא.
Yeah. According to the list, you have them in advance. מסרבים, אה?
לא, צריך להיכנס לזה, הוא לא הופך אותנו להוסט.
כן.
נגב ברמה אחרת, אתה יכול להפוך את יואב להיות ההוסט?
אחרת אני אתרגז ממש. לא כדאי.
I don't know if anybody is there. I don't know.
Anybody home? Hello? Conference.
רגע, נכתוב להם.
כן, תכתבי להם. We'll have to write them.
I don't know if anybody is there.
Anybody home? Hello? No, nobody is there. Conference. אגב, כן, תכתבי להם. Conference. אגב,
היי, יואב? שומע?
כן, שומע.
שומע טוב?
שומע טוב.
אוקיי, 100%.
אני יכול לעשות זה share screen, כי אני ראשון.
יש כאן בעיה שלא הפכו את יואב להיות ההוסט
של המושב.
ולכן הוא לא יכול לאפשר לאף אחד מכם להשתתף בסך. אני מקווה שיש כאן מישהו מהכנס שיעשה את זה במהירות.
יואל, אני גם אעשה את הבדיקה כמו שאתה עשית? שומעים אותי?
כן, כן.
כן, שומעים.
רגע. מה זה?
This is stop other screens.
לא, אוקיי, עכשיו אתה יכול לעשות את זה. רק שנייה. דמית. סליחה, סטופ share. סליחה. עכשיו, רגע אחד, אני אגדיר את זה שכולם יוכלו... רגע, שנייה. טוב. אתה רק יכול לעשות share screen.
טוב.
טוב.
אז נעשה share screen בינתיים, לא?
כן. אבל אתה לא יכול לאפשר לאחרים לעשות share screen.
היא כותבת לך, אנחנו נסיים בעוד 20 דקות, המושב מתארך. מה זה אומר? שאנחנו לא נקבל שירות?
אתה ראשון?
כן, אני ראשון.
נמרוד, אתה יכול להיות העוזר של יואב בתוך הסיפור הזה, ויגדירו גם אותך כ-co-host?
תגדירו אותי כ-co-host, ואני יכול להיות
בתקווה שמישהו בכלל יודע מה...
שמישהו נמצא כאן מהכנס.
כן, כן. כן, בטח, אין בעיה.
טוב, אני מקווה שמישהו מהכנס ייכנס תכף ויאשר את הדברים.
אוקיי. We have another 1 minute to wait to the official time to arrive. And then I need to say that Noam is here, Noam Greenbaum. Anybody saw Noam?
Just 1 second.
Okay, so for the moment we have 3 people attending, 4 people attending, yes, 4. So the list of the presenters. Stop sharing. We have 3 people attending, 4 people attending. Yes, 4. So everybody?
אני רוצה רגע לעשות סטופ שייר ולראות, לבדוק אותי.
אוקיי.
שנייה.
We'll take few minutes more to... Everybody is here.
רגע.
Who can share?
Okay.
All the participants.
Now every one of you can share the screen. If you wanted to check if you can share your presentation before we starting.
איך אני מזיז את זה לעמדה?
למה?
איך אני הופך את ה... אוקיי.
לא, אתה רואה את זה. אתה רואה את ההצגה שלך במקום...
נכון.
זה לא עושה עכשיו share screen. איפה... אתה רוצה לעשות שוב share screen?
לא, עכשיו ניתן לאחרים.
מישהו עושה, לא עושה אחר. טוב, אוקיי. רק יש גורם, אתה יכול להתחיל.
אוקיי, that's fine.
אני ניסיתי, ראו את המסך שלי?
ראו.
כן?
כן, ראו.
You see it. יואל?
Yes, but not the same one, not the right one.
יואב, יואל רסקין נראה לי בטלפון.
Okay, he is in the telephone, but the question is in the telephone trying to call us, or he is in the other private, of course, he has the right to make private telephone call. The only thing is, Nimrod, you check your lecture?
Just 1 second, check.
Okay, because you're number 6, the schedule. Now, is number 5. And Yoel is number 4. And
so now you see my lecture?
Okay, that's fine. We can see it, yes. So actually, we are missing only one person And this he's supposed to be number 2. Now, in case of him, he will not show up. So of course, we'll take number 3, that is Lotte, and you are here. Okay, that's fine. So in the worst case, that is not so worse, we'll just shift a bit the schedule. And of course, when Noam will appear, we'll let him come in and take his part. The schedule was arranged in the way of starting from some general talks into getting logical order, but because we are everybody is friends here and everybody is intelligent enough, we can overcome this obstacle. It's not a real obstacle, it's only trying to make some kind of order in the session. So actually, because the time is a bit running, so we have some minutes here and there, I will give some general note only for the general topic and some kind of logic behind this session. Only to say that this is not the first time that we're participating in the DDD conference. I think that this topic was already presented in the previous meetings. The meaning for that is that also geologists or geomorphologists or people that have deep background on desert environments have some contribution and maybe important contribution to make in order to understand better what is the real cause of soil erosion, large-scale soil erosion, and of course desertification that is in a way dependent on that, on a regional scale, and also in long-term scales of as geology is trying to understand what's going on. Now I can see Noam Greenbaum, so he is with us, maybe facing some problems, but actually we will try to solve them maybe during the conference or during the session. I will ask only Noam if anything is needed from us. Hello, Noam. You can hear me? No?
You are just being connected now.
Noam, unmute your computer and Noam,
Can I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you.
You are giving the lecture number 2. Each one of the lectures is supposed to be about 12 minutes, leaving 3 minutes for the discussion.
Thank you.
And of course, we'll have some flexibility. Will not be rude, but try ask everybody to the time as much as possible. And I will be the first presenting. I will make the share screen. Ask everybody.
There's a lot of noise.
There's a lot of noise. No. The noise usually is because people have to mute the entrance to the session. There's a sign in the conference directions when you are coming into this particular session. Before that, you have to unmute some general. It's not the session; it's the conference site, and over there is a place that you must unmute the general conference before coming into the session room. If you are not doing that, you will have an echo that you will hear. And for the moment, I will ask everybody, can you hear me correctly with no echo? So that will be important. Otherwise, you cannot understand nothing. So I will start now with sharing my presentation. And of course, my presentation is trying to give some kind of a general understanding about what is the issue, what we are dealing with long-term desertification processes that are led by some kind of environmental changes, not in the local scale and not in the short time of the last 100 years even, but taking notes from the previous stages from the geology. And only to say that actually this phenomena of soil erosion is international, is globe-wide. It's not only over here in the Middle East or in the Negev, that this is the major place that I'm researching, but all these pictures, almost similar, were taken from South Australia, from South Africa, from China, Inner Mongolia, the northwestern part of China, and of course in our region as well. And the meaning is that the whole region is suffering, or the whole dry zone of the world is suffering from a major cycle of erosion that is not all the time related to human activities. And that is the main issue. This is why is have a geological background, geomorphological background behind this phenomena. Of course, people can contribute to that, and we'll do kind of summarize what we know for the moment, kind of a state of the art, what, from my perspective, that is not, of course, globally wide, but for the local scale. What we know is that the environment of the arid zones, like the Negev, that is all these pictures were coming, and Sinai Peninsula, have a kind of a eroding environment at present. And we know another thing, that during the past 3,000 years already, the climate became about stable and similar to the current arid and hyper-arid climates that everybody is facing today, at least in the Middle East. I think that this phenomena is globe-wide as well. There are minor changes in climate, maybe in place like that, and the other one, even major changes, but as much as we can say for the Middle East, the changes during the last 3,000 and maybe even more are minor, and therefore, what you can see from the environment acting today, this is a kind of a long-term activity of erosion that is going over from year to year. Now, we notice that a changing environment, especially when we are dealing with soft material like lessic section that is was deposited along the valleys during the past 1,000 years or maybe even 10,000 years. And we start to monitor these changes, annual changes, starting, as you can see, more than 3 decades ago, already 35 or 36 years of monitoring. And all these pictures were taken from our monitoring sites that are located in Negev Highlands. Now we are doing it either by very simple means like strips of metric strips, or even by LiDAR that is a bit more sophisticated. The main reason for that is to take the annual rate and later on the multi-annual rate in order to establish a kind of a knowledge what's going on in the time scale that is involved and the amounts of sediments that are transported through this erosion. We're taking usually head cuts as place that is quite easy to monitor this erosion rates. And we are coming to even combining our days of the modern measurements, and this is of course this part, and try to connect them to the historical ones that are appearing here when we discover or reconstruct, we can say, the location of the head cut during the early Muslim time, about 1,000 years before present, and the location was here. And since then, the gully that we can see here in red is advancing or advance along the history and get to this position. And this is the place that we are monitoring today. This is only one example, it's coming from the Sipurim Valley, but actually we can take the notes about the rate, and this is coming to be about 0.6 meter per year in this site, and other sites even more. And
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we don't see the presentation.
Ah, okay, that's important.
Yeah, so we're like, sorry to interrupt, but like...
Not sorry, this is a very important,
because we haven't seen anything.
Anything. So
anything.
There's a problem in the share. Wait a bit. I will do a share screen again. And I'm sorry to say, but now you can see it?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much.
Okay, so it's ridiculous because I was talking fluently because I thought that everybody can, okay, and never mind, because the time passing and we don't have a lot of time, as you can see. Okay, so I will take this. Okay, the problem is that if I'm not, in a moment, tell me if now still you can see the presentation. Okay, that's fine. Okay, very short, because you heard me already. This is a global issue. We know that the stable environment in the Negev Highlands is already for the 3,000 years, the current 3,000 years, and this is the view that we can picture today in the region. There are stable areas to the right and up in this presentation. You have the unstable areas that we have waterfalls or head cuts. Waterfalls, of course, only in time of floods. And you have the outcome of that is a lot of water running in the valleys during the floods, especially in areas that are basins that are made mainly of rocks. And you have the outcome of that is gullying of the environment that is running to a very long distance of hundreds of meters, even kilometers away from the previous location of a headcut. And that was exactly the reason that we start to monitor the headcuts, because the headcuts, they were the place where the soft material of the lessic sediments that were brought to the region of the Middle East during the previous ice ages were deposited in the valleys, not only in the valleys, also in the hills, but later on they were washed from the hills into the valleys, accumulated in the valleys, and because this is a relatively soft material as lessic components, it's very easy to erode them during floods that are making headcuts, and the headcuts are moving backward during the time that the flash flood is coming, making a waterfall, as you can see here in this picture in the upper left side. And this headcut is migrating backward during the flood in a rate that we wanted to monitor, and we start to monitor 35 years ago. You can see over here the collapse of the banks, contributing a lot of sediments into the water. You can see the color of the water downstream as much as they are loaded by lessic sediments. Only to say, lessic sediments is equal to agricultural potential soil. In these zones, the soil, desert soil, is composed of lessic particles. And of course, as you can see over here, all this green area is because the lessic soil is having a lot of fertility, and they have the ability to support desert shrubs and all the vegetation of the desert. Over here, you can see that this gullying is a regional phenomena that can cut valleys to hundreds and even kilometers, 100 meters and kilometers long. Now, monitoring starts with very simple ways and continue by LiDAR. Of course, today you can have drones and all these new methods. The method is not so important because we're aiming to get a general understanding of the phenomena, trying to locate it back in the history of the region, understand the whole phenomena in the recent, the historical and the geological background of this huge amount of sediments and erosion that is taking over for a long time and acting in all the semi-arid and arid regions. Now, the connection to the history was done in this basin, this Tziporim Basin in the Negev Highlands. The current monitoring are located here. During the last 35 years, we are located here in the active headcut. We are coming each year to the same place to take the measurements. But actually, the most important thing is this site is the location of the headcut about 1,000 years ago. We noticed this place because of tracing the Byzantine terraces that were cultivated in the past years in the Negev Highlands. And of course, the change in the configuration and the topography even of the ancient terraces get us a clue for the location of the headcut about 1,000 years ago. And that was our ability to make notes about 1,000 years and not only the recent measurements and calculations. And what we found out that if you take this location relative to the present one, you have about 600 meters of backward cutting by a headcut that removed already 50,000 cubic meters of fertile soil. And this is a kind of a major soil erosion that is occurring not only in this valley, but in other valleys. And this is what we call a kind of a desertification wave that is moving to the upper part of the valleys, preventing people from making agricultural activities in those areas that were ruined by erosion. And this is a major scale, and this is the reason to do that. Now, what is the source of the sediment? What is the lessic sediments coming from? And there's quite a bit of research, other researchers, not of mine, like On Kruvi and his team, Yuda Enzel and his team, other people that was dealing with the sources of the less coming into the Middle East. And they find out that it's coming from the Eastern Sahara mainly, and also from the Arabian deserts. And we took in some of the valleys these nodes of OSL, a method of dating, and we got usually signals of OSL dating coming to 70,000 to 20,000. That's equally the time of the last glacial phase in the Middle East deserts. So we know now, even though the dust is still coming, most of it came in the last glacial phase. Now we could, taking a note about the reconstruction of the climate and the environment during these glacial times, no glacier in our region, but as you can see, a bit more precipitation still in the desert conditions, not exceeding 200 millimeters per year. Today we have 100. This is almost doubling, reducing temperature by 5, maybe by more. Even people are talking about 8 centigrades lower than today. And the result of it is rich vegetation and development, good development of soils that were accumulating and developing during this age. On the contrary to that, the Holocene, that is a kind of an interglacial phase of climate and environment, is totally different. He's acting in a flash floods. You have heavy rains coming, rarely accumulating to not more than 100 millimeters in this zone and making floods, but actually they are washing away all the sediments. And the outcome of that is that we are losing the sediments that are important in order to have the biomass and of course the flora biomass of the region. I will be very short as much as possible. And we've defined it very simply by this graph, starting in the time of the last glacier, the end of the last glacier event, that was 70,000 years ago. This is the line of the time, and this is the percent of the process. We know that the soil is taking away during the time. We know that the runoff is increasing, and the outcome of that at the present time is intensive flood, almost no soil left in the valleys. And of course, if you think about, we have a kind of machine that is taking the constant, even constant climate, because the washing out of sediments and exposing more rocks, we do have accumulation of rocks that generate more runoff, that will make more potential available water in the deserts. And this is a kind of changing environment that is paying in the coins of soil and getting back in coins of water in deserts. Is important because this is the most important element and resource in desert environments. The outcome of that, people will notice this opportunity of having water and soil still, and they try to defend the soil from being washed away. And this is a structure made more than 1,000 years in the desert zone of the Middle East, not only in the Negev highlands. And you can see that still now, this Bedouin is of course harvesting his field because he was protected by some elements like that that were built much previous before him, but he is now utilizing them, take advantage of them. But he was the one to plant these olive trees near his place or living place. What I can, and I am coming to conclusions, say that this is the natural process. We call it natural desertification because it's not related to people activities. The washing out of sediments and the gaining of runoff is the normal situation in interglacial times. But what we have to do is to keep as much as possible this desert agriculture window and also soil conservation window that still we can do. In the time that we have still some of the soil and a part of the runoff, we still can have agricultural activities and soil, and we have to protect them. If we'll not do that, and in the moment that we'll build some structures and not maintain them, the amount of erosion along these lines will be even more than the natural trends. And so it is our duty maybe to make some basinal treatment, and of course encourage governmental and even local communities to take care of their environment, to terrace these valleys as they are already terraced partly, but they are ruined and destroyed as much as time is passing. Make these enterprises that are still can contribute agricultural activities and stop and slow as much as possible the natural erosion that is, of course, increasing and becoming to be in alarming levels all over the world. Now, we don't have to read all these because this is summary of what I just said. The only thing to say is what we see now in the semi-arid and arid zones is advancing into the Mediterranean areas. They are also losing their soils from the same reasons. The amount of soil is limited. Most of it was coming into Mediterranean zones during glacial times. Now is not anymore glacial time, is interglacial, heavy rains, like in Southern Europe even, washing down all these fine sediments that were brought in previous climates, and it's our duty to stop that. Then thank you very much. Now, I'm not sure I will be glad to have some questions, but maybe one minute is left because of the delays. It's not so serious because we can advance a bit more than the schedule. We are the last session of the day. So actually, we can continue on in that. But if there's no any questions, we can proceed to the next one. A quick question of, no, if not, okay, let's go move on to the next one, and maybe in the end, we'll make a general discussion. But if there's no any questions, we can proceed to the next one. Wow. No, זה השתחרר. A quick question of, no, if not, okay, let's go move on to the next one, and maybe in the end, we'll make a general discussion. But if there's no any questions, we can proceed to the next one. No, זה השתחרר. A quick question of, no, if not, okay, let's go move on to the next one, and maybe in the end, we'll make a general discussion. There's no any questions, we can proceed to the next one. No, זה השתחרר. A quick question of, no, if not, okay, let's go move on to the next one, and maybe in the end, we'll make a general discussion.
Everyone have to
Noam,
check.
Yoav, the terrible echo.
Everyone have to check and to close the browser, close the application of the conference. Otherwise, you will have hear the echo all the time. So internet browser.
Terrible echo.
Otherwise, you will have to
I'm not sure.
No.
יואב?
לא, אתה שומע אותי?
יואב?
כן, אני שומע.
יואב?
אני שומע אותך, נועם.
אתה שומע אותי?
כן, אבל יש בעיה. אתה צריך כנראה לסגור, לפני שאתה מדבר, לסגור את האפליקציה, מאחורי המושב שלנו יש מקום שבו צריך לעשות מיוט למה שעושה לך את האקו.
סגור את הפלאפון?
לא את הטלפון, אתה צריך להיכנס לתוך האפליקציה של הכנס.
את מה?
פשוט לרבות אותה, להישאר רק בתוך הזום.
נועם, לאתר של הכנס יש וידאו. באתר של הכנס עצמו יש וידאו. צריך ללחוץ עליו פוז. כדי שהוא יפסיק לעבוד. באתר עצמו. לאתר של הכנס יש וידאו. באתר של הכנס עצמו יש וידאו. צריך ללחוץ עליו פוז.
איפה?
כדי שהוא יפסיק לעבוד. באתר עצמו. לאתר של הכנס יש וידאו.
איפה אני אמצא את הצעות?
כדי שהוא יפסיק לעבוד.
נופלים באותו בום.
נועם, פשוט תוריד את הזום למטה ויחשף לך האתר של הכנס. תוריד את הזום, את המסך של הזום תוריד, תקטין, ואז תראה את האתר של הכנס.
ללחוץ על הזום?
להקטין את הזום, כן, תקטין את המסך של הזום, ותראה מאחורי המסך של הזום אתר של הכנס. ושם תעשה פוז למסך.
לחצתי על הזום.
להקטין את הזום, כן, תקטין את המסך של הזום, ותראה מאחורי המסך של הזום אתר של הכנס. ושם תעשה פוז למסך. להקטין את הזום, כן, תקטין את המסך של הזום, ותראה מאחורי המסך של הזום אתר של הכנס. ושם תעשה פוז למסך.
אני הקטנתי את ה...
אפשרות אחרת היא שאתה פשוט סוגר כרגע את הוידאו שלך, את הזום שלך, נכנס שוב את כל התהליך, אבל לפני שאתה נכנס לחדר, תעשה מיוט ללפני כניסה. יש שם מקום שמדבר על זה, ויש לך כתובת שאומרת את זה. את הזום שלך, נכנס שוב את כל התהליך, אבל לפני שאתה נכנס לחדר, תעשה מיוט ללפני כניסה. יש שם מקום שמדבר על זה, ויש לך כתובת שאומרת את זה. את הזום שלך,
אני לא לגמרי שוחה בעניין הזה, ואני לא יודע מה להגיד.
תלך אחורה בתהליך, תסגור את עצמך, בוא להיכנס מחדש, שהפעם תשים לב שיש כתובת שאומרת, תשתיק את המערכת הכללית לפני שאתה נכנס.
לא לגמרי שוחה בעניין הזה, ואני לא יודע מה להגיד.
תלך אחורה בתהליך, תסגור את עצמך, להיכנס מחדש, שהפעם תשים לב שיש כתובת שאומרת, תשתיק את המערכת הכללית לפני שאתה נכנס.
טוב, אני...
יואב?
יואב?
כן. אתה רוצה לרוץ עם ה...
Do you want maybe to call him on the phone or...
One possibility is to delay one lecture to the next phase. Anybody come already this problem? Number 3 maybe, Lotem? Okay.
שנייה. יואב, אני מדבר עם נועם בטלפון, אני מנסה
לסיים את זה. אוקיי, do it.
בגוגל פורם אתה חושב?
יואב, אני מדבר עם נועם בטלפון, אני מנסה לסיים את זה.
Yoav, do you want to try and move on to the next speaker?
Give it another try of 1 or 2 minutes, and in case that it will not be solved, we do that. For the moment, we'll give another 1 minute.
Okay.
Because Lotem is assisting
שנייה. אני מחפש את האתר של הכנס, רגע, איפה אני אחפש אותו? באקספלורר או בגוגל? מה? אני נכנסתי דרך מה שהוא שלח לי, דרך הלוגין. הוא שלח לי... להיכנס מאותו מקום? טוב, רגע, שנייה. רגע, שנייה, אני נכנס עוד פעם עכשיו זה דרך המייל שלי, אוקיי? אני לא יכול...
שתי דקות, דקה אני אנסה, ואם לא נציב... אוקיי, אז אני אגיד להם, ובינתיים בסדר. הבעיה שנהיה אחרי זה, אז אני לא אוכל להדריך אותך.
אוקיי. אז יואב, אתה יכול שמי שאחריי יעשה את ההרצאה, ואני בינתיים אסביר לנועם? So we move now to Yoel. Yoel is number 2 and number 3 will be delayed to the next phase. And if Yoel is prepared, you can share your screen and we start your lecture. Okay, Yoel?
Hi there. Do you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it, yes.
And you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about sand, about a unique and maybe the first effort of conditioning agriculture in coastal sand above a high groundwater table, what we're calling Plateau and berm agroecosystem. We can see a photograph here of the remains of an early stomach agroecosystem south of the ancient metropolis of Caesarea. Note plats and berms, excuse me, and in the middle plats, as we see here. So that's the warm-up. And wait, just a second here. Roni. So the background is that, as we saw in Yoav's talk, ancient water harvesting has usually been based on overland waters, and let alone qanats. And in the Negev, the loess soils were utilized for agriculture. I saw in the previous talk. And this was usually during the Roman and Byzantine times. The transition from Byzantine times to early Islamic times usually involved understanding that there was a gradual decline in population and land use. And also, on the other hand, we saw that in the Negev, there was maintenance of existing Byzantine agroecosystems, but in other parts of the land of Israel, we're learning about a new type of agriculture, which we'll talk about in this talk. Another point is that usually loose sand is very inert, is very poor, and very problematic for developing agriculture, let alone in the last tens of years when we have drip irrigation and high-tech abilities to control nutrients being inserted into the soil. So we're going to talk about plot and berm agroecosystems that began during early Islamic times. And at the end of the talk, see how these agroecosystems, these methods for agriculture in sand are also found around the Mediterranean basin. So let's take a look at Caesarea. Here we have an aerial photo of Caesarea. We can see this checkerboard pattern of what we saw on the first slide, the title slide. We see plats and berms. And if we look in ground photos, we can see again the plat and the berms that confine the plats. We can see that the location is inland from the Mediterranean seashore. And here we have a picture from today. We're working there right now of a fort or a small structure on top of the most western berm at the edge of the beach, along the back beach. The berms are coated with loose debris from refuse of Caesarea, and the dark color is probably also from garbage dumps, from ash rich in soils from Caesarea. If we look at a cross section of this platinum berm system, we can see the berm that is coated, and within the plats we also have an enriching of the sand. We have a dark gray sand layer, as we see, and the groundwater table is 1 to 2 meters beneath the plat level. Altogether, these plats have not been found to contain wells, but we assume wells were dug within the plats, probably not lined by rocks, but were just hand dug down to 1 meter in order to extract the water and use the water to initiate agricultural crops. We don't know what the crops are yet. On the other hand, another possibility is that the crops were planted when the groundwater table was a bit higher, and that way the roots easily were set into the existing groundwater table. Let's take a look at pictures from today. Here is a cross section of a berm. We can see here is the coating of again refuse source fines mixed with the sand, and all the inner part of the berm here is also not fully natural sand. It's sand mixed with ceramics and debris, but of a lesser concentration than we have here coating the berm. This coating allows protection also from aeolian erosion and also from fluvial erosion. So these berms have existed and remain preserved until today, over 1,000 years. We'll get to the chronology. If we look into a plot, we can see the intact anthrosol, again enriched beneath it natural sand, and the water table, as I mentioned before, only 1 meter beneath the level of the soil. Today, again, in the past, we don't know if the groundwater level is a bit higher or a bit lower. We assume more or less the same proximity to the soil as we have today. Today, we just took here some samples of soil for archaeobotanical analysis. We have several of these agroecosystems on the coast of Israel, one by Caesarea, which we're seeing now, another one by Yavne, and another one in the area of Ashkelon and Zikim. We have additional more modern efforts or pre-modern efforts for utilizing groundwater, shallow groundwater in sand fields, which in Ashdod was until 1948, into doing depressions. In the Gaza Strip and Northern Sinai, we have what's called a moasi, which is still active today. We'll see pictures a bit along the way. If we look at the briefly about the productivity of the soils, we can see that the gray soils have elevated levels of nutrients, calcium carbonate, and additional accompanying minerals in relation to the natural sand, which has very low levels, of course, of nutrients and additional additives. The ages, and this is very interesting, the ages of the Caesarea gray unit is 880 years before present, and in Yavne, in Caesarea we get the same age of the soil, and this is an OSL age, meaning that this agricultural method was deserted around the year 12,040, which kind of coincides with the Crusader occupation of the region. We're still working on additional chronologies to see if this fit is more stronger. The age of underlying sand is about 1,100 years. So we have here altogether around a story of no more than 200 years of the existence of this agriculture. How it began and why it would ended is still up in the air. A few examples of the early Islamic shards covering the plats and the berms we can see here, and these shards also helped in less in enriching the soil, but more in preserving the surface, again, from aeolian wind-blown erosion. Concerning groundwater levels, we haven't worked on that yet, but if you look at the Ashdod interdune depressions, as I mentioned before, where there was sporadic agriculture until 1948, we can see that during the winter, from the initiation of the first major concentration of rainstorms until April, we get elevated groundwater level of several tens of centimeters that shows a seasonal or let's say a half year or so, or 4 months or so, availability of groundwater beneath the surface. But again, as we saw before, the picture from today, here at the end of, we're now at the end of the dry season, we still have groundwater existing beneath the soils. Again, it's difficult to see if what we're observing today was similar to what went on 1,000 years ago, because a lot of human disturbances in the region. So if we look at the contribution of groundwater, we mentioned pits. Okay, we mentioned that even today in some areas where sand is utilized for agriculture above groundwater tables, the depth of 1 to 2 meters has been found to be optimum, but there aren't that many analogs for modern agriculture using this system. Altogether, this method is very efficient as there is no losses of water via transport or via evaporation. And also the availability of water throughout the year, if that is a possibility, as we saw today in the pit. And that way, the agriculture can allow several cycles of vegetable crops per year, and not just one single crop per year. Moving on, how did this agricultural system develop? We do not know. We have not found documentation. We assume that it has been a regional attempt due to the expenses required to develop this type of engineering agro-technology, digging down to the groundwater level and developing the plats and bringing in from nearby towns refuse. It could be also a religious motivated attempt called mawat, or dead-end cultivation. This is again a hypothesis. And in the southern Israel by Ashkelon and Zikim, we've also noted beneath the sands a brown sandy unit with Roman Byzantine ceramics, and that may point to the initiation of agriculture in these regions before this area was covered by sands during around the Byzantine to early Islamic transition. So this is also under study at the moment.
Yoel, you have another 3 minutes?
Yeah, I know. I'm fine. Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Moving on to the second part, we see in different parts of the Mediterranean region, all the way up to Iberia, very similar applications of sand and groundwater. None of them have been dated by OSL, and historical texts have given these ages to them. And we're suggesting that this agro-ecosystem developed in early Islamic times on the coast of Israel and slowly was disseminated along northern Africa until all the way up until northern Portugal. That's a few examples. This is the mosque in the Gaza Strip. It's mechanized. We only know this system has been around since the 20th century. Algeria, there's over 10,000 plots in inland sand dunes in synclinal depressions. And here the berms are also often being utilized for growing, while within the plots we have date palms. We have in Spain also a very similar phenomena, and today there's public and horticulture gardening in these in the remaining plots. And in northern Portugal also we have actually locally administrative supported macieras with the same concept. Here again we have grapevines along the berms, which also provides stabilization from alien origin, and also the plots are being used with fertilizer taken from sea-deriven biotic components. So, to summarize, okay. Okay, sorry, okay. We have a slight problem?
Yes, no, only assuming
Hold
that.
on a second. Okay.
Need a summary for a moment. Anybody has a very quick question to Yoel? We have time for one question or maybe two quick ones. Okay, Rod, unmute yourself.
Yeah, very good talk. Thank you so much. Does the sedimentation rate, the sand sedimentation rate you see, are they consistent with general sedimentation rate? Like it's a very steep sedimentation rate of sand. So like, does it fit to other aeolian sedimentation rate?
No, the sand that was dug into was already there beneath the soil level. Above the soil level, it seems that it was sand that was piled up. So we can't look into these checkerboard agroecosystems as an area that can be studied for natural sedimentation rates. It's been fully altered by man.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll move to the next one, and it will be of Stefan. Stefan, please, can you upload your lecture, your presentation? Noam, it's okay now? Noam?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, fine, very good. So we continue on with our schedule.
So do you want me to start, or who?
If you are okay, if you are prepared, yes, let's go to the normal schedule. And I will be in two lectures, one of you, first one, and Lotten will be the next one.
Okay, thanks.
So, okay.
Just a second. Okay, the screen is can be seen and yes. I can be heard. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. If I'm not heard, then let me know. So good evening, and the subject of my presentation is runoff and erosion and timescales for hyper-arid abandoned alluvial surfaces in the Negev. My co-authors are Amit Mushkin, Naomi Porat, and Rivka Amit from the Geological Survey. And we know that post-depositional surface properties over alluvial surfaces in deserts change with time. This includes surface class breakdown and development of desert pavement, dust and salt accumulation, and wreck soil development. So our research question was, what are the mechanisms and timescale that lead to the erosion and to the disappearance of alluvial surfaces with time. Our study area is located along the Dead Sea Rift in the southern part of Israel, actually very close to the Gulf of Aqaba and the town of Eilat, some few kilometers to the north. And it's kind of quite a small drainage basin, Nahal Evrona. It's 3.7 square kilometers. The study area is located here, and you can see the study area from a drone-derived photograph. You see the various surfaces. It's a set of surfaces, alluvial surfaces, starting for the highest S0, which is also a water divide to another sub-basin to the north. And then there are surfaces S1, S2, S3, S4. S4 is the lowest and the youngest. There's also a cross-section A tag, which you can see in here, A tag, and the uppermost surface dated to 126 Ka is this one, and then surface 1 is 106 Ka, and surface 2 31 Ka, surface 3 10 Ka, and surface 4 is actually sub-recent. The methods that we use are first of all, describing, measuring, and surveying the surface properties and describing the soil profiles, analyzing texture, grain size analysis, dating, OSL, which provide us the abandonment ages of the surfaces, LiDAR scanning of surface roughness, infiltration experiments to determine the hydrological characteristics of the surfaces, and finally a GIS analysis of surface rills and gullies. This is a small pictures of the various surfaces. This is the highest, the S0, 126 Ka. This is the soil profile that we found exposed in here. This is the S1, the second level, second surface, 106 Ka. This is the very dense desert pavement. Here you can see a nice picture in which rock fragments, weathered rock fragments, integrate into the pavement. That's the process. Then you can see surface S2, 31 Ka. You can still see the boulder bars and in between desert pavement islands that are disconnected of each other. And almost the youngest one, 10 Ka, in which you still can see the bar and swell morphology. The trends of the changes of the surface properties were summarized by Rivka Amit. Original bar and swell morphology disappears, desert pavement coverage increases, the size of the stone becomes smaller and homogeneous, soil profile and horizons become thicker, the B horizon become gravel-free, and the texture becomes finer, increasing amounts of salts, mainly gypsum and halite, and increasing the amount of shattered gravel due to salt weathering. If you look at the soil profiles, this is a scheme by Amit, an old one, and this is our profile that you just saw. It's pretty obvious to see the various horizons. This is the AV horizon, which is vesicular and silty, and the B1 is usually redder, and it is silty clay in texture. This is the gypsic horizon, which is pretty thick here. And below we have the C1 horizon is mainly contains mainly gypsum and salts. We didn't reach the lowest C2 horizon because it is a petrosalic horizon, and it's very, very indurated by halite, and we couldn't dig into this horizon, so we miss it in our section. But if you look in the texture of the A horizon, you can clearly see the difference between the youngest surface S4 and the oldest S0, and you can clearly see the enrichments by silt and clay with time. this is a picture showing the LiDAR, the TLS, the terrestrial LiDAR scanning device. We scanned an area of about between 16 and 17 square meters in each surface. This is the outcome of surface S3, and this is S2, S1, S0, and you can see that the roughness of surface S0 is clearly smaller than the roughness of S3. This is the water for infiltration. We had to use a portable, very simple portable infiltration device, a very simple rainfall simulator. You can see the sprinkling frame. This is the water tanks. This is URI. And here you can see the device from a close-up picture. And you can see the nozzles which produce uniform drops, and legs that are telescopic, which can fit any slope or any gradient of surface that we want. So the results can be seen in here. This is the upper one is a graph showing the infiltration rates in the various surfaces, and this is the runoff rates. And if I look in the infiltration rates in the infiltration curves, then you can clearly see that the S4 unit is the infiltration is very high, and the final infiltration rate is about 55 millimeter per year. And once we go up the surfaces to the older one, S1, then you clearly can see that the final infiltration rate is 5 millimeter per hour. And all the parameters, all other hydrological parameters of infiltration, they're all decreasing if we go from the younger to the older. If you look on the runoff, it's of course a mirror picture where everything is increasing. Runoff is increasing from the younger surface and up to the older surface in all parameters. If it's runoff depth, runoff rates, whatever parameter you would like to choose. And here we see some relationships between surface characteristics and hydrological parameters. And in the left hand of the pictures, you can see relations between desert pavement characteristics, for instance, area uncovered by pavement. And in the lower one, we see average size of the stones within the pavement, the fragments within the pavement. In the y-axis, you can see in both figures, in both graphs, you can see any kind of inflation parameters, doesn't really matter, but you can clearly see correlation, positive correlation between the two parameters. If we go to the right side, you can see relations between the texture of the A horizon, the higher the amount of silt and clay, the higher is the runoff in this graph, and the lower is the infiltration into the soil. So these relations are pretty strong, pretty clear. If we go to the LiDAR scanning, and the parameter is RMSE, root mean square error. It shows that that the roughness is inversely proportional to the surface age, meaning that S3 is the most provides the highest surface roughness, whereas S0 and S1, which we actually cannot really differ between the two, provides the lowest roughness values. This is kind of a summarizing graph showing in blue, showing the roughness that is decreasing from S3, the lowest one or almost the lowest one, to S0. In green, you can see the texture of the A horizon, silt and clay in the A horizon, starting from about 30% in S3 and going up to 70%, almost 70% in S0. And in relation to that, the runoff increases from about 40% to 70%. And I want to emphasize here that I'm talking about point runoff, because the plots that were simulated by the rainfall are very small, are about a half square meter. So this is point runoff, but certainly the idea is very clear.
נועם, יש לך עוד 3 דקות?
אוקיי, אני אנסה, אוקיי.
בסדר, תודה.
So if we have more runoff in the upper two surfaces, S0 and S1, we have more runoff, and clearly there's starting erosional processes start, and what you get here is the real or gully system that developed on this flat, smooth surfaces. And basically it looks like this. It's very shallow. Here the pavement is already eroded, but here the pavement still exists. It's depressed a little bit, but it's basically there. Whereas in surfaces S2 and S3, the system that you see, the channel system you see, is the old system from the original fluvial system. So finally, we hope and we believe we can propose a model of life cycle of the alluvial surfaces in the Negev desert. The first stage is still fluvial processes, deposition, the depositional phase. When the surfaces are abandoned, then a weathering process, desert pavement and rake soil development is starting. And that takes over 50,000 years. And after about 100,000 years, it's about represented by our surface S1, we get to a maturation of the pavement and stability of the pavement. But at that point, we start to get runoff, and we start to get rills. And if we go back to 500,000 years, then the remnants are very hard to define. So the remnants that remain from these alluvial surfaces are really hard to define. So there are some takeaway conclusions, and I don't think I still have time, but first of all, I would like to thank you for your attention. This paper was published lately in Geomorphology 2020, and I will leave you with this conclusions that are derived from our study. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Noam. And we have time for 1 or 2 quick questions. Yes, Joel? Oh, no? Okay, sorry. You're right. It's important as well. Anybody has a question to ask? Yes, Nimrod, but unmute yourself first.
Hi, Noam. Thank you for the talk. I'm just interested whether you were noticing some stream network patterns like evolving throughout the different terraces. Like in the old one, did you see a different pattern of gullies than the younger one? That's the first one, the first question. And the second question is regarding the RMSH parameter. Did you see a difference of the RMSH along each and every one of the terraces themselves, like going from the origin from the sink to the source, like going along a profile? Did you see a different RMSH parameters? Values, sorry, not parameters.
As to the second question, we didn't see any differences because we just, we sampled one area for the scanning, for the terrestrial scanning. Mm-hmm. So we didn't follow, all the reels from the upper part to the lower part. So I cannot say anything about that. Okay. But there's a big difference between the system that developed in the S0 and S1, which is the new system of reels, in comparison to the S2 and S3, which represent the older. So this is very, very, very different in both in in the type of the system, and also in the activity of the system. It's completely different. So the difference is there. I'm not sure I answered your question, but I hope.
Okay, because we're a bit short, let's move to Lotem presentation. And in the end, we'll have some general discussion, a short one, of course, but still keep your questions to the general discussion that will be in the end.
Okay.
Okay, yes, we can see.
So you can see it. It's for some reason you can see it.
It has some dark blocks, but in the moment, yeah, I don't know why.
For some reason,
see if you can move them or make some, I don't know what is the reason for that. Or upload it, maybe make the share screen again and we'll see what will happen.
you can see it now?
Yes, now it's clear.
But when I making the, okay. Well, it doesn't let me to do the full screen for some, oh, okay, now it's okay. So sorry for that. So my name is Lotem, I'm a PhD student. You can hear me well, yes?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I'm a PhD student in the University of Haifa. This research will, in this presentation, I will talk about aeolian fluvial processes and their effect on landscape evolution along the dune field margins. This research is part of my PhD, naturally, and is funded by the Israel-China ISF. And because of that, we have a Chinese partner, which is Lu Pengyu, and he conducted all the OSL analysis, and we thank him for that. So let's start. Aeolian fluvial processes are basically, it's a term to define a domain of processes between aeolian process and fluvial process. So it's some sort of a scale. The scale is defined by the ability of the fluvial energy to overcome an aeolian mass. Once the dune field encroaches over the alluvial plain, it changes the topography of all of the alluvial plain naturally, and it changes as well the fluvial properties of the system. One very unique aeolian fluvial process is called dune damming, and it could occur in dune field margins because for one hand you have runoff generation on the slopes, and on the other hand you have a large mass of sand encroaching and interacting with this runoff. So an example from the northwestern Negev, this is an image from Landsat 5 taken a few days after the flood of 2010. And you can see a diversion here in the dune field margins. You can see over here the slopes area and the alluvial plain. And here you can see some dune diversion. And this is aeolian dominated mechanism process. And on the other hand, you can see interdune playas, which are related to floods and should be differentiated than dune damming process. Okay, so some words about the northwestern Negev dune field. It's composed mainly of vegetated linear dunes, and most of them are stable today with some active crests. But what is important for this presentation is that the mechanism forming the vegetated linear dunes, which is unidirectional strong winds, which are capable of overcoming the stabilizing forces of vegetation. And therefore, we can form a research classified periods of activity of the Northwestern Negev dune field. So the first period of activity was the last glacial maximum. Probably did not form dune field morphology, but it enabled masses of sand moving landwards from the Nile Delta. Afterwards, the main activity occurred during the Heinrich 1 event between 16 to 13.7 thousand years ago, and preliminary dune field morphology established in the area. And afterwards, another another event occurred during the Younger Dryas event between 12.4 to 11.6 thousand years ago. So basically, our hypothesis is that this late Pleistocene sand encroachment or dune field encroachment relate to dune damming sediments accumulation, which is a very reasonable hypothesis, but it hasn't been verified yet. So our aims are, first of all, mapping. We want to see if we can map the areas of this phenomena. And this is problematic because many of the areas are buried. And it's as well hard to distinguish between playas. And second of all, we want to identify and characterize and analyze the different sediments. This is problematic as well because several studies designated different sediments to the same phenomena. And we want to verify the hypothesis and to see if we can correlate VLD encroachment to the dune damming with dating. So let's start with mapping. We can see that, first of all, this is preliminary mapping. We will do better mapping eventually. But we can see some, first of all, that different areas, we have different areas of exposures, but most of them occur along the dune field margins, and some propagate inward into the dune field. You can see that in satellite images, these dune damming sediments appear as a pale color compared to the adjacent dune field sand. And in classic or classic soil maps or soil classification, these areas are defined as less and sandy soils. And now I want to focus on one site, which I want to present here. This is the Rut Raviv site because we called it because of Wadi Rut and Wadi Raviv, which flows here. This has a unique setting because we have a dune with an exposed section, and this dune is special because it's slightly consolidated, so it's preserved. So we have an exposed section of a dune, and on the other hand, we have a vast area of the dune damming sediments. Furthermore, we have an incision into this dune damming sediment. So the dune section. High resolution analysis, we found out that we have 3 units, but these 3 units relate to 2 periods that we found by OSL dating. And the first unit is at the bottom, and it relates to the Heinrich 1 event between 16.1 to 14.5 thousand years ago. And the second upper 2 units dated to the Younger Dryas event, 13.7 to 11.8 thousand years ago. The dune damming sediment itself, as you can see, accumulated within the alluvial plain. And you can see that human diversion, modern human diversion, probably enhanced the incision into this Raviv Wadi. And what we did, we analyzed 5 sections along this incision in order to create a continuous sequence, which will enable us to identify and to characterize the units, the main units involved in the process. And what we found out is that we have sand units, dune field units, some aeolian, and on top of them, we have a fluvial reworking of the dune field units. And on top of it, we have a massive unit. This massive unit is attributed to concentrated flow, which probably as it enters the dune field, it has an abrupt changes in the hydraulic parameters, which causes fast deposition. And therefore, we have a massive without any conglomerate or any pebbles within it. And on top of it, we have here on top of it, we have a couplet formation, which we attribute to a very low fluvial energy environment. And this is probably the dune damming sediment in Wadi Ravim. And if we see the practical size distribution in the middle of the couplet and the massive units, we can see they relate more to, they are more similar to less and to a paleosol found in the Wadi, and while the dune field, which is here in the upper graph, is different, has a different signature. Preliminary correlation that we did after this identification and with the OSL ages shows us that we have this ancient dune, vegetated linear dune covered. This was blocking this first couplet sedimentation, which and then on top of it we have a massive unit, a main massive unit which appear in 3 sections, and on top of it we have a couplet formation. Wadi Raviv, which flows here next to the 0 in the x-axis, probably caused more younger sedimentations, fluvial sedimentation around the area. So we can see, and as well, we analyzed 2 sections outside the dune field and 2 sections within the dune field. And within the dune field, we found another unit, which is laminated silty loam fining upwards. And they were only found in elevated planes compared to the flow. So, yes. Okay, I'm finishing. Yeah.
Sorry.
So if I want to conclude, basically, so we found approximately 28.3 square kilometers of exposed, this is important because we know now that most of these sediments are buried. We have smaller basins which are still dammed, while larger basins have been breached. We found 5 types of sediments involved in the process. We have the couplet formation and the silty loam fining upwards, which relate to full damming. And the couplet formation appears at the dune field margins and outside the dune field. And it composed of sediments which are not related to the dune field, such as less and other desert soils. And the silty loam fining upward units appears only within the dune field and on elevated grounds. The massive silty loam unit appears basically inside and outside the dune field, but as well it's composed of basin sediments and not of the dune field sediments. And we as well see that the accumulation depend on the VLD active periods. Nonetheless, after we have a vegetated linear dune stabilization, we have variation of accumulation because of rainfall and basin properties. And we see that most of the sediments along the dune field margins relate to the early Holocene, both massive and couplet formation. Later accumulation might occur within the dune field as all the system propagate inwards and come across another dune inwards. Take home, local accumulation patterns in a degrading environment could happen. That's it, I'm finished. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for a very nice presentation. And we have time for 1 or 2 questions.
Yes, Abby, you can.
Anyone? Okay.
I think Abby.
Thank you for a very nice presentation. I'm interested to hear your thoughts on how this might connect with the Younger Dryas and the Heinrich event. What do you think is the climate mechanism going on to force these dune damming events?
So first of all, the Heinrich 1 event, the obvious of the dune encroachment themselves, but it's a good question because we are not certain regarding the less accumulation on the slopes and how it affects runoff generation. So if we have less on the slopes covering the bedrock and we have less bedrock exposures, we need more consecutive rainstorms because we need the soil to be very wet, so there will be less infiltration and runoff will generate. So it's a tricky question. That's why I'm saying it does depend on the sun encroachment, but once this process, the sun stabilizes, the basin properties itself are to be more taken into account once you try to analyze it.
Thank you. It's really interesting that the timing is falling at those points. It's great. Great. Nice to hear.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I think that we'll move to the next presentation by Stefan.
Okay, I'll stop my share. Yeah.
Keep the...
Thank you very much.
The other question to the general discussion. And of course, unmute yourself, Stefan. You can.
But I can wait.
Yes.
Share screen. Why doesn't it work? Where? Why doesn't the share screen work?
In order to do that, you have to open the presentation before you enter the Zoom.
Yeah,
on your computer.
Is open here. And now I'm in Zoom. Do you see the presentation now?
Not. No.
Before it was working, of course. Okay, now again, share screen. What does it ask me funny things now? Screen, okay. Share, okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now you see. Okay.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, so let me make full screen here. Okay. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity.
But Stefan, you get closer to the microphone.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, that will help to hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I'm giving now here a complementation from an agroecological point of view. I'm dealing with the degradation, desertification from a climate aspect, using climate mitigation to actually restore desertification, to restore degraded ecosystems. From our point of view, we live in the most degraded area in the world. For a very simple reason, because civilization started right here with the Natufians about 12,000 years ago, and from that point on, with domestication, agriculture, domesticated livestock, we got degradation spreading out across this black area, and later in some other ecosystems of the world as well. Now, the result is here. If you look at this map, satellite map of the Middle East, everything that is bright like here in an area which should actually be semi-arid is completely degraded. And it should be semi-arid by precipitation, somewhere between 200 and 400 millimeters of precipitation. In Syria, Israel, it was like in Israel. And even in the arid areas, it's exactly the same thing, completely degraded. Our working hypothesis is, I'm working for the hypothesis that anthropogenic desertification has started 10,000 years ago, and that has been published actually by a man called Rutiman. He also calculated how much carbon dioxide was moved into the atmosphere by this desertification. The black areas in the previous slides have been profoundly degraded already thousands of years ago. And restoration of those areas could restore actually their areas' fertility and sequester huge amounts of carbon dioxide back into the soil and biomass. So restoring degraded drylands may have a far greater impact than generally believed. And this is exactly what we need, because with all the commitments that people made at the Paris Agreement, we are lacking 16 to 20 billion tons of carbon dioxide removal per year to stay in an acceptable range of 1.5 degrees warming, where we already almost are. We are almost here already now. So we have to move quickly, and we have to do it rapidly, and we can do it by sequestration carbon into soils and vegetation in degraded semi-arid, subhumid, and even arid areas by restoring 3 billion hectares of degraded deserts. No problem, can be done. 2 billion hectares in degraded farmland, for example, by no-till agriculture, and 2 billion hectares in degraded forests. Almost all the forests around the world are heavily degraded. They have only about half in the average of the biomass that we could actually have. So this together gives about 25 billion tons of greenhouse gas sequestration. And because we are in the desert, we are in Israel, we can start here with the drylands. We started already. Now the important thing, these restorations will also contribute significantly to other sustainable development goals like food security, biodiversity conservation, and stuff like that. So the greenhouse gas sequestration is just a side benefit, and it doesn't cost anything because we want to make more food, we want to conserve biodiversity. At the same time, we get free of charge carbon sequestration. Now, let's start with empirical observation that brought us actually to the whole work. The Negev erosion and desertification that we observe today, and in the last 100 years or so, when people start measuring, it's not the natural process, it is man-made. And you can see this slide why. This is a fenced army base, 40 years old, and you see every single erosion structure has been filled up by vegetation. This is outside near some Bedouin villages with grazing and with tilling and with attempted wheat cultivation. And these erosion structures, they are pretty young. What we measured is that those erosion structures elongate themselves by somewhere between 5 to 10 meters per year. So you can yourself calculate how long will it take for all the soil to move down here. And that's man-made. That's not natural because of grazing. Now, recovering vegetation exploits the resources in those erosion gullies as soon as it stops grazing. If you plant trees, it goes even faster because tree populations are restored much slower than vegetation. Now, there are about 50 species of trees, about 30 of them native, that can be planted specifically to stop erosion. We did this at Wadi Atir, and it worked extremely well. All the trees caught, all the trees grow, and they help stabilize the soil and help restore vegetation. This is Project Wadi Atir, where we had the chance to test that in an experimental way. This was here in the middle of the degraded farmlands. We divided that area into a plot for the erosion control, for agroforestry, for cultivation. It's a sustainable community project actually near Hura, initiated by the Sustainable Laboratory. And erosion control, watershed protection, soil restoration, biodiversity conservation were the major purpose of the restoration project. And we measured all the data on soil and productivity and biodiversity during 7 or 8 years now. And what happened is on the left, you see 2011, classical eroded, degraded soil. That's the way it looks in detail. It was transformed in 4 years. Productive agroforestry woodland that you see pictured right here. So it's very simple. It's very rapid, and the impacts are huge. Now, how do we know that it restores? We know that productivity in restored soil that is covered with manure or with compost is about 10 times higher than in exposed and crusted soil, or even higher than in tilled soil. And that happens also naturally. If you wait 15 years, you get a nice compost layer over your loess soil, and you stop erosion, and you get 5 to 10 times higher productivity. That's the soil profile of semi-arid and even arid soils when it is intact. You have an organic layer on top that prevents erosion. Now you see that's what happened in the loess soils that we checked. Those degraded soils on top were transformed into those fertile soils at the bottom. Productivity is 5 to 10 times higher, plant biodiversity 10 times higher, and of course annual biodiversity increases. You cannot even quantify, because for every plant you add, you add a couple of critters that increase diversity. We measured all the data that you can measure productivity. We always compare the degraded, which is the bright brown, to the conserved loess soil, which is the dark brown, which increases significantly above the degraded after 4 years. And from then on, it stays much higher. And the green one is the highest productivity of the highest productive soil. What we have seen that soil increases very rapidly with conservation. That's here. Biomass productivity increases very rapidly, and soil organic matter increases slowly and will reach about 100% in about 25 or 30 years. That's here. Now we have a complete model of how that goes. And so starts with enhancing and then increase plant biodiversity and productivity and organic matter. And in the end, what we still wait for is for the recovery of trees, recovering resources from deep soil, rock dissolution into soil. All that will happen in the future. now, what is the historical context?
Stefan,
Because it is so easy, obviously people use it, and indeed anybody up here, we have a lot of Byzantine farms and structures that used to live there. And they did not live there on the low productivity. Now they lived there on really productive fields that they maintain. And they had the opportunity to do a lot of observations in Yerucham, which is drier. But we see that there was a huge agronomical system in place there that working for thousands of years. What we can see, observations. It is a drainage basin of about 130 square kilometers. There are terraces in everybody. Now, on the soil you see coming mostly from the Roman Byzantine. That doesn't mean that is what was there. It just means that we have this Bronze Age tell, that's this one. We have a putative tell that is older, Roman fortress here, that is probably anywhere between 1,000 and 2,000 years old, or more than 2,000 years old. We have settlement activity here. That's rituals of settlements in these places. We have cultural sites, which are, for example, very big tumuli on the top of the mountains here. And we have groundwater here, here. And we have major loess irrigation schemes here, and here, and here. And I just show quickly some pictures of those things. But this place was certainly populated for thousands of years, exploited for farming. And some of those things I have shown to Dr. Tali Erisgiri from the Antiques Authority. She gave some estimates what the things are.
Okay.
So
we'll have to stop for a while because we have an echo that's come from unknown source. So, because we are anyhow approaching the end of the, so if you can conclude now very shortly, we can check the problem that we have and hopefully move to the next one.
Hello. Do you hear me? Hello.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but we are very short on time, and if you can conclude your lecture, and unfortunately, we'll have to check everything before moving to the next one.
So I just go through the pictures. You see the remains are there, the tumuli are there. The terraces are engineered in a very ingenious way. It will last forever. And we have those agricultural systems that were made. We have groundwater. We have a wonderful irrigation system here. You just have to go and plant and it will work. We have a more modern water diversion system that is from Assyrian origin, I believe. And people knew how to work that because they used all their manure, distributed all their manure on those fields all the time, and therefore maintained the fertility of those restored plots.
Okay.
And that's exactly what we saw. And now some
conclusions.
If we restore global drylands, we obviously address all environmental conventions of the UN, and we will produce about 5 billion tons more of biomaterials that are missing at the moment. And you can make money out of it, like this, by, for example, in a restored conservancy land in Kenya. That used to be brown and degraded 20 years ago as well. And maybe we can learn from the past to assure our future. And that's the thing that actually I wanted to mediate by this lecture. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we don't have time before we start the next one. And again, we'll hope still to have some general discussion so we can have some questions to Stefan just in the final stage of this session. Please, Nimrod, if you can upload your lecture and start. You are the last one.
Okay, I just need Stefan to stop.
Stefan, can you press the end share? Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Nimrod, please.
Okay. Okay, so you can see and hear me, right?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, so soil degradation in arid regions is a worldwide phenomenon often correlated with gully incision. We focus on a site that is located at the Gobi Desert in northwestern China. Our new approach to date gully incision was applied along the Altintag fault that is presented in front of you in the picture. We tested a new tool in order to better estimate geological fault slip rates, but we believe that it could be applied for other purposes and throughout different arid regions worldwide. So our study motivation drives from the limited ability to directly date gully incision. This limitation results from the fact that most studies date the sediment that the gully incised or the sediment that settled after incision occurs. Moreover, since gullies are a linear feature, it is common to use them in order to estimate horizontal slip rates along geological fault lines. So in the schematic cartoon you see on the left, it highlights an example of geological complexity in which two adjacent gullies that incise into the same alluvial fan show different offset magnitudes. And therefore it leaves us with two open major questions. The first one is how to date gully incision. And the second one, once we dated them, what would be the reliable or the more reliable gully to use in order to determine fault horizontal slip rates? So we focus our research on a site that is located again in the Gobi Desert in northwestern China at the eastern termination of the Altintag fault. The Altintag fault is one of Earth's great intercontinental strike slip fault. It has a left lateral motion and it extends over 1,500 kilometers. You see it mentioned on the figure, on the big figure. And it separates the Tibetan Plateau in the south and the arid Gobi Desert in the north. And the red star marks the location of our study site. It is just the end of the Altintag fault. So in the large picture in front of you, what you can see is the study site. It's an aerial photograph taken from a LiDAR, taken from a drone. And what you see in front of you in the big picture, a set of 3 offset channels. You see them gully A, B, and C, and you see them the black arrows. The black arrow is marking the different 3 gullies, and these 3 offset gullies they incise into a single abandoned alluvial fan. And this fan is characterized by about 3-meter section of layered sub-rounded pebbles, alluvial pebbles, and it is intercalated with sand lances, and they overlay a bedrock, a neogen bedrock that is mainly silt and sandstone. Now the well-developed desert pavement that mantles the section of the original terrace surface did not experience post-abandoned erosion, and the main branch that is marked with a dashed black line indicates the location of the Altintag fault as it crosses the alluvial terrace itself, and you see the the Altenberg fault, exactly where the line crosses, it crosses the Talweg, the stream of each gully that is marked with thin blue lines. And the magnitude of offset 20 meters for gully A, 9 meters for gully B, and 8 meters for gully C differs by a factor of 2 between the gullies, although they are located less than 50 meters apart. And you have the curve for scale, it is marked in the black circle, and all of them in size into the same surface. So this difference in offset implies that either there's a factor of 2 in the gradient in displacement, or that the channel in size in different times. And the short distance between the channels, as well as the lack of structural indicators, supports the second option. The picture you see at the bottom left was taken in the field, and it marks clearly the offset channels, and you can clearly see that you have a man for scale. And you see that there's a well-developed desert pavement on top of these terrains. So to address this complexity of dating gully incision, we combined stream parallel and high-resolution topography based on drone that we applied, and we estimated using this, combining these two methods, we estimated the age of gully incision after crossing the fault line. So I'll just briefly go over the equation. So you've got dH, dt, K, A, S, M, and N. dH is the incision height, dt is the time, A is the drainage area, S is the channel gradient, meaning the slope, and K, M, and N are coefficients. So the general logics behind this stream parallel equation is that when increasing drainage area or slope, it causes higher incision, which makes sense. Like, it's very common to think of it. And the coefficients, the K, M, and N, represent all other parameters that involved in a natural environment, such as climate and lithology. Just a brief working scheme. So our working scheme included 4 steps. The first one was to measure directly from the DEM that was generated. I'll show it in the next slide. But you see an aerial photograph taken by the drone that was used in the site. So using the orthophoto and the DEM, we could measure directly on the DEM the incision height, the drainage area for each gully, and the channel slope. So that was directly measured. And that leaves us with 4 unknown parameters, the K, M, and N, which are the coefficients, and the DT. And that goes with using this knowledge, we went to the second step. And in order to calculate K, M, and N coefficient, we used the 8 tributaries you see in front of you marked by Roman letters. And what we did is using luminescence dating, the OSL dating method, we got an abandonment age of the terrace itself. And by the fact that these tributaries are located on the same fan, we could get 8 equations with 3 unknowns, because we have now DH, A, S, and DT for each galley, for each tributary, meaning that if you take all the 8 tributaries you see in front of you, going from 1 to 8, so we have now, we can measure for each and every one of them all the parameters, DH, A, S, and we have the DT, which is the age of the terrace itself. And that leaves us with 8 equations with 3 unknowns. When we use 8 equations with 3 unknowns, we can then calculate these 3 unknowns. And now that we have these 3 unknowns, the K, M, and N, we can then apply the same K, M, N values on the 3 offset gullies. And now we have, if we go back to the 3 gullies that you see in front of you, the gully A, gully B, gully C, so we now have for each and every one of them, we can measure DH, S, A, and we have K, M, and N, which is the coefficient for all the terms. And now we can calculate DT for each and every one of them. And just to mention, there are some assumptions, of course, that underlie this model. So the first one is that the drainage basin did not change significantly over the time. The second one is that the preserved fan flat surface represent the initial topography, which is important. Third one is that the abandonment fan eroded at a constant rate. The fourth one is that tributaries eroded in a detachment limited model. And the fifth one, which is problematic, but we suggested, although it's problematic, that the fan lithology and the climate are especially and temporarily homogeneous over the study area. So what it looks like, what were the results? So you see, I'll go them from top to bottom. So on the top right, you see a DEM that was generated for the entire area. You see this high resolution topography model generated for it. The white and black triangles indicates the offset magnitude for each channel. And you see that the tributary is marked from 1 to 8 on the right part of the DEM. So that's the model itself, that's the high resolution topography that we generated. The second step, or the second figure that I want to go over now, is on the top left. The plot indicates, the large plot indicates the computed ages for the galleys and the computed slip rates. So the x-axis is the age, and the y-axis is the probability distribution based on Monte Carlo simulation that we applied. And the computed ages of the galleys were 42,000 for galley A, that's the one marked in blue, 16,000 for galley B that is marked with red, and 14,000 marked in orange. So remembering the offset amount, which is 20 for galley A, 9 for galley B, and 8 for galley C, we can then calculate the slip rate, which is located in here, and the offset rate could then be calculated for all of them. And what is important to see is that the offset rate associated with the computed ages show a consistent rate of 0.5. And that's the colored rectangles that you see in front of you. When the offset rate was calculated based on the fan age, that's the black diamonds you see in here, they meaningfully differ from each galley to another. In order to double check ourselves, we applied some sanity check test, and we compared our computed ages with the fan age. That is the luminescence dating method that we applied, and we got a 52,000, and meaning that this check is like we are in good agreement with the abandonment age, because all of our ages are younger than the abandonment age. That's the first check. The second check is that the channels with less offset should correlate with younger ages, and that also falls well with the measurement that was conducted in the field. And the third check was that the computed offset rate that we computed based on the computed ages is in accordance with the previous geological reported ages, reported rates, and that again falls well with the general studies applied in this region. So to summarize, all of our gullies computed ages are younger than the fan age. That's the 52,000. There is a correlation between the offset amount and the galley age, and the computed ages fall well with the previous studies, with previous slip rate studies. Therefore, we suggest that this new approach for dating is a reliable tool that can be applied for estimating galley incision based on their morphology rather than their sediment that surround them. And to conclude, we suggest a unique dating tool for galley incision, giving the assumptions that underlie our approach. Further exploration in different field sites will test the validity of this approach. Yet using necessary adjustment, we believe that it can be applied to improve seismic hazard assessment, as well as to quantify soil degradation, as you all know them. And with that, I want to thank you for listening, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Okay. Thank you very much to Nimrod for the final and very beautiful presentation. And for everybody that participated in this meeting, but I will want to take the next minutes to make a general discussion about all these manifestations of desertification that we see. Under the question, we saw quite a bit of mechanisms and case studies dealing with different types of environmental changes on geological scale and historical scale that changed the environment. Most of them were related to natural activities combined with some manipulation made by people. Some of them were leading maybe to increased desertification. In some cases, maybe we can even notice that there's the reverse phenomena. I mean, competing the natural desertification processes that are supposed to continue on into the Holocene, but sometimes some of these activities are even combating desertification. So let's try now to make some discussion or maybe some notes about these. In one hand, a trend that is dealing or leading into desertification, but sometimes we can maybe interfere with some activities that can reverse the trend. Like Stefan was telling us about rehabilitation of soils in very, very rapid speed or time scale, that people can do something in order to stop processes, like fencing even, is enough in order to make reverse of desertification processes. So I can leave for everybody now to make his notes about this complex situation that we know that is important because it's leading to some kind of losing potential in desert lands by erosion of soils. Okay, so everybody that wants to comment on that, this is the time to do that, yes. Yes, Yoel, unmute yourself. And by the way, you can open our all the microphones because this is open discussion.
So first of all, Yoav, thanks a lot for organizing and doing your best to manage this session, this intimate session. It's very interesting. I want to relate to your talk and to Stefan's talk. From what I understood, Stefan showed that in a semi-arid environment with less soils, stabilization can be achieved if there is no grazing or no anthropogenic or intensified anthropogenic activity upon the soils. But on your talk, you talked about an arid environment where natural degradation processes are occurring. So there's a huge contrast between the arid environment and a semi-arid one. So there's a lot of potential in a semi-arid one to combat desertification, while in an arid environment, it seems there isn't that much to do. Do I understand correctly?
You understand correctly for sure, because if you think about the reservoir of sediments, fine sediments, that are still can be in a way protected, or some actions have to be done in order to protect them. For sure, in semi-arid areas, we have much more sediments that are, of course, used as agricultural soils compared to the arid areas. But also in the arid areas, there's still possibilities to somehow slow down the process, aggressive process that for sure, and you got it correctly. In the arid, the speed is much more than this in semi-arid areas. In semi-arid areas, we have more reservoir sediments. On the other hand, we can, and Stefan was showing it very clearly, that we can do measures in order to even reverse the trend of desertification in semi-arid. Because in a moment I will get to that. But even in the arid, people were doing that. During the historical times, they constructed all these terraces in the Negev, located in the clear or pure arid areas, and maintained and stopped the natural erosion for even 1,000 years. Of course, they have to invest a lot of labor in order to do that. Maybe less labor is needed in the semi-arid areas, because all the equation is different in the semi-arid relatively to the arid. But in both areas, still there's some measures that can be taken in order to slow down the process of aridity, aridization made by soil erosion. And I'm leaving like that because other people can comment as well.
I just mentioned, so in a way to simplify things, in a semi-arid environment, passive measures are required, just to close off areas, while in the arid ones, active measures are required, like terracing. But the terraces do exist in the arid environment right now.
Yes, and the Mediterranean areas, because the benefit of terracing is not only stopping, and this is important, the soil erosion, but also increase the soil fertility and even the humidity budget of soils is very much depend on the storage of water. And of course, terracing is helping in order to store more humidity, more water, more runoff in the soil. And this is very basic thing for dry agriculture, of course. So terracing is important everywhere. But anyone that won't comment on that and other of things that we saw in this last session, yes.
Can I ask something maybe not related directly to the last question, but maybe something that to keep in mind, I think specifically in semi-arid is the soil crust, which was some sort of like neglected but maybe not related specific to this session, but something to keep in mind, definitely when talking about runoff generation, specifically in elastic soil, like the infiltration rate will decrease dramatically if you'll play around with the soil crust. So maybe that's another parameter, even though it's like making some sort of a complexity, like probably something just to keep in mind, not more than that.
May I comment on that? Can you hear me?
Of course, yes. Yes, Bernard, please.
Well, I have studied many soil profiles in semi-arid regions, and the A horizon, the one which is storing organic matter, is usually quite small. There are exceptions. There are huge A horizons somewhere, but usually they're really negligible. You have less than 1% or so of organic matter. And of course, you can increase this, but I don't really think that it is such an important figure with regard to fertility. Yeah, water storage is the key, and that's also what happens to the terraces. So water management is the non plus ultra, and in fact, when we look at the traditional systems, and I mean we've seen various presentations on that, ancient people knew pretty well how to manage this land. But I do not think that it is really making a big difference with regard to carbon emissions or so. Yeah, I think this is an adaptation which has been discredited by modern development, unfortunately. So in fact, if we could revive these ancient systems, this could indeed be a way forward and might also mitigate a little bit the global carbon issue.
Yes, I agree. Yes, Stefan, but unmute yourself. You can open our open discussion. Please unmute yourself. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So it will appear like this, but not as simple. Because what we have actually in the semi-arid areas, we can have lots of trees and lots of shrubs. And they produce a lot of leaf litter. And we have a lot of papers on that. Well, the tree that is performing absolutely best is Acacia victoria. And it makes between 1 and 8 tons of leaf litter per year, per hectare. We measured, of course, in the square meter. In those areas where we have such a covered leaf litter on top of the loess soil, it's loess soil, we have productivities of 6 to 8 tons of herbaceous biomass every season in the average. And plus we have the productivity of the trees. And that's perfectly semi-arid in 230 millimeters of rain. Which means what I said, it's not the A layer, it's the O layer, it's the organic layer on top. It has actually been published also for the arid areas by Bernard Birken and colleagues, that under the shrubs, you get these fertility islands. And those fertility islands, they're actually not there because the water is captured in the shrubs. It is there because it does not evaporate, it is protected and it goes down deeper. And the nutrients are automatically recycled in those areas. So those are completely different scales of fertility management in those areas where you have a high biomass cover compared to those areas where the semi-arid soil is completely denuded. It may still have a crust, but when it's denuded, it is suffering rapid water loss by evaporation, and it is suffering water loss by runoff, which it does not have if you have an organic layer on top. Okay? That was the whole idea. And I think that's what the ancient people did to get the productivities they needed to get something out of the soil there.
Sorry, I disagree. What I can say is that what ancient people did is they managed the water. So indeed, water storage is really everything. And if you have water, you also get plants and then you get biomass. And this addresses the nitrogen issue. And of course, when you have animals and you have excrements, you also get nitrogen. And nitrogen is the only really limiting nutrient, except maybe phosphorus, in these soils. Everything else, you have it in excess. You usually have base saturation ratios of 100%, and a nutrient can be a poison if you have too much of it, and you get salt. And now to come to the crust, I mean, another very important work is the biocrust work in the Negev, which also shows that, you know, even in arid areas, you can have this kind of biological soil cover. I don't want to explain this much in detail, it's well published, but this is another aspect and connects maybe to what Nimrod mentioned, but also you have physical crusts which form mostly by calcium carbonate precipitation, and that has an impact on the runoff. Also the biological crusts have an impact on runoff, and I agree that managing these things well, yeah, is definitely useful to live in the drylands. But drylands have little vegetation because they are dry, and I mean you won't really be able to fix that.
Oh, you're right.
I want to say that this
okay. Please, Joel.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, I think Lothar was going to say something.
Sorry, George. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
10 years ago, okay, there was nothing in spring. I showed you the pictures, how it transformed. And this is only because the removal of vegetation was prevented for a couple of years. And the soil improves accordingly, because roots go into the soil, you have better infiltration, you have more nutrients, everything, we measured everything. I mean, the paper is now in preparation, will come out soon, I hope. And that is making the productivity. And it's really, I mean, we build an A layer and we build an O layer, and that's making the difference. Because it's the same place. It's not in another place. It's not with different soil. It's exactly in one place going on.
Okay, I only want to add that we have a question by Joel. Joel, please.
Yeah, I wanted to
sum up and close the session.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to say, I mean, with the building of organic matter in the soil, because of all the benefits with better water infiltration, all that is mentioned, I think that if we can have a method of doing that over larger areas, then we automatically solve the water problem if we could find a way to increase organic matter in the soil, because then we have that extra infiltration which will allow more plant growth, which will allow for more organic matter generation by the plant itself. So I guess I'm coming kind of from that side, but then for that it would require kind of a larger area of increasing soil organic matter, and that I think is an important area of investigation if we can do that.
Okay, we'll get two final comments because we're already 40 minutes away from our schedule. it's okay. We meant to have this discussion, but nothing is final. This issue will be continuously discussed between ourselves and other people. So please, Lotten, make your note.
I think it's from what I'm hearing, it's we offer for as science, we offer for example, for agriculture to do some local agriculture, but as scientists always look for a global answer. It is humidity, it's semi-arid or arid. But if you look, for example, even in the Nile, you can see that from tropical regime, you get sediments into drylands. So it's not always the same case. It's not always the same story. I think to look, we need to ask ourselves: is the answer is global solution, or we can find some global correlation, but actually to look for more, for example, to look at the fluvial system changes, if the fluvial headwaters is tropical or is it from the drylands. Questions like that, I think, should be asked, and not global parameters of organic matter or vegetation, or because I think that's why different people have different opinions, because they have different knowledge from different places. I think it's natural.
Okay, thank you very much for this note. And final one by Nimrod, please.
Yeah, never mind. I'll leave it aside. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I will conclude and say this is an open discussion, fascinating one, because we are all in love in desert environments and try to understand this mobility and change through time and how to benefit from what the nature is giving and what, of course, the shortage of water or fertility. This is an open discussion. I invite everybody to find ourselves by email, by continuous discussion, and of course, coming to other conferences and talk about this fascinating subject about long-term desertification. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much for all your contribution, and hope to see you again as soon as possible in other events and occasions like that. So many thanks for everybody. And now you have time to rest after so long and a bit disturbed session. So thank you very much for everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye, thank you so much.
Thanks, Yoav.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Yoav. Thank you.